Hello, welcome back to the iSNF Cup Series. Welcome to Season 4, welcome to the Next Gen cars. And welcome to Daytona, Tony.
Thank you, Jason. A lot of big changes came down the pipe after last season. Of course, the most notable is we're now in the current crop of NASCAR Cup car. Instead of using the Gen 6s, which unfortunately iRacing stopped giving a ton of support to. This is what this league is all about, putting on some realistic racing, and we are now in the realistic car for 200 miles here at the World Center of Speed.
Yeah, exactly. This is how we start our seasons, and we love to do it. It's going to be a huge grid here tonight as well.
Very much so. And that's what you kind of expect. It's a fresh start to a fresh season. Everybody wants to win Daytona, so they're coming out in droves for tonight. And not a lot of subs in the field, but we had two dual races yesterday, and those races were action packed and just packed to the gills with cars.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just trying to get ready the grid image. Done that earlier. There we go. Should be seeing that up on the screen here. So, shall we go through it pretty sharpish? We've got Marcus Hagman starting on pole position with Isaac Wilson on his outside. Austin Cook is going to be lining up alongside Colin Forrester in row 2. Row 3 is going to be Brian Chu and AJ Green. Row 4, James Bowles and Alex Alton. And row 5, Leo Ferris and Robert Rowe.
Row number 6 is going to see Joey Maines and Zach Phillips. Charles Robinson and Damian Mulvey going to roll off in row number 7. Row 8 is going to go to Peyton Hubbard and Jonas Skoglund. Jason Ricketts and Clarence Prince going to roll it off in row number 9, with row 10 going to Emily Urias and JB Banner. Row number 11 is going to see Bob Wyckoff and Gene Duda. Mike Iskandar is going to be joining him in row 11. Row number 12, actually, that's there's Bob Wyckoff and Mike Iskandar in row 11. Gene Duda and Chris V going to roll off in row number 12. Row 13, Jake Banner and Dave Holmberg, Jalen Battle and Lance Hill making up row 14, with row 15 going to Steven Sear and John Hopley.
Yeah, we got Chad Thornquist and Eugene Thorne on row 16, with Taylor Butcher Benjamin and Skylar Carnes on row 17. Row 18 is going to go to Brian Treadwell and Chad Waller, with row 19 going to Johnny Castle and Curtis Kelly. Row 20 going to have Eric Davis and Jeff Weimer, and then row 21 is going to be Adam Duff and Casey Tomlinson. Derek Cook and Colin Zima roll off on row 22, with row 23 going to Zach Taylor and Tommy Stanley. Row 24 is going to be Ricky Hudgens and Bjorn Brostrom, with row 25 being occupied solely by Francisco Villarreal.
Villarreal making his return to the league, and a lot of shuffling going on in the offseason, I've noticed, Jason, as your defending series champion has left Hendrick Motorsport and has gone over to rival Childress this season.
Yep, that he has, and there's a lot of other various changes, but to be honest, a few too many for me to keep track of. But we will get used to it during the season, as we did last time.
One thing I love about this league is at the start of every season there is a draft, and case in point, you might have been driving a Toyota last year, now you're in a Chevy. Skylar Carnes.
Yeah. Which was the car that he liked again? I can't remember.
Spell it backwards, it stands for driver returns on foot.
Yeah, cool. I got it. But it's not only drivers changing, it's not only the cars changing, we've also got some changes in rules. We bring stage racing now into the iSNF Cup series. And specifically today, we are going to have the stages coming onto it. Seems fine. Does not seem fine. Why is that happening? I can see. Or here.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. OBS is saying it's completely disconnected, but I can see the cars, I can change between them.
And I can hear you.
Yeah. YouTube's saying it's not receiving data.
Who says it's not receiving data?
YouTube. That's in. We're back to green, we're back to green, no longer dropping frames. We're back to red, we're dropping frames.
Ignore what it's telling you on OBS.
Yeah, we'll just assume that we're fine, I guess. But I am running 22 FPS, so apologies if stream can see this. Short while to just graphics it. But stream could see that. And we are actually completely back. Hopefully I've got some frame rate. I have some frame rate, that's good.
Bear with us on the technical difficulties, folks. Jason is across the big pond and on hamster-powered internet.
Yep, my computer is apparently even less powered, but there we go. The cars are actually now rolling off. I can see it, you can see it, and you can hear me, so that means everything's working right now. We have a race.
And we do it that as the pace car starts to roll him down the back straightaway. Hagman, Wilson, Cook, Foster, Chu, Green, Bulls, Ferris, Eraldson, and Joey Main's going to start in your top 10. But you know as well as I do, Jason, top 10 is merely a point of semantics, because you can come from the back to the front here if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, well, you've got 500 miles to run. I mean, it's not really qualifying that counts here. It is what we are about to do.
Right, and the biggest thing to keep in mind, the new restart zone rule is going to be in effect all race, so if we do get the dreaded caution, that could catch somebody out. But we are about to find out as the pace car picks up a little bit of speed, gets ready to peel off. The only thing that's left for me to say is we're getting ready to roll them. It's time to wipe the visor and adjust the 5-point harness. Grandma, buckle up, because it's time to get it on at the World Center of Racing. Race fans, it's showtime!
Good start so far for both lanes. Looks like the top lane has got a bit of momentum here coming through. Is Isaac Wilson going to try and move his way down? He is going to get his way down.
That was one of the things we found out back in February when the real world Daytona 500 was going on. That second lane, the car seems to carry so much more momentum because in the bottom lane, you actually bog the car down with the steep banking and the tight radius of the turn. On the upper lane, you're able to let the car run a little bit more, and it really does help on the straightaways. Now, granted, early on, everybody's trying to get low, and they're not really as organized as they could or should be right now in that top lane. As the 14 Charles Robertson bails out, pole sitter Marcus Hagman bailing out because it was getting a little chippy in front of him. Heads up move for Hagman to drop to the tail end, and he's got problems. He's got major problems.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that much of a drop. He's on the inside and having car problems. We're having slight chat problems. We'll deal with that while looking at the front pack. Colin Forrester still up in the lead. AJ Green behind him. And this is pretty wiggly down off a 2, but I trust they can hold it together.
Sorry, I was dealing with our little bot friend there.
Making their scheduled appearance.
Of course. So we started 39 cars today, Jason, and unfortunately Clarence Prince not able to take the green. Dave Holmberg not taking the green. That leaves Marcus Hagman currently as the final car still running, though he's about 10 miles an hour off the pace.
Yeah, not exactly sure what's going on with him, but I mean, that 10 mile an hour pace difference now will just be from having no one with him, but
yeah, it looked like he had a moment down the back straightaway a couple laps ago, and he just bailed out, made sure he got to the tail end of the field. But right now, Colin Forrester shows the way in the Adva Health number 1. AJ Green, Isaac Wilson, Austin Cook, and Alex Eraldson rounding out your top 5 as they currently sit. And we've got problems. That's the 24.
oh dear. We have problems, and my game has the blinkies, so
Awesome.
see if I can get a replay up of that one. As it looks like it happened at the tail end of this top pack.
It did, with battles down on the low side. And it just popped off in front of him. He checked up. The 78 did not.
I don't know whether the 78 would have had any chance of seeing that, to be honest, so we will temporarily go radio broadcast while I once again lower some graphic settings to
sounds like a grand idea. So what was going on there is the the 66 and the 79 in front of Battle, looks like somebody got loose in front of them. It was the two. Everybody checked up except for Bob Wyckoff in the 78. And oh my goodness. The peloton that came through behind them, that was bad. That was very bad. Steven Sear caught up in it. Chris V, Brian Treadwell, as Alex Weigert, Eugene Thorne, Casey Tomlinson, Derek Cook, Johnny Castle, Bjorn Borgstrom, and JB Banner all catching a piece of that one as they all came piling out of turn 4 to see the sideways Jalen battle, and we're trying not to hit him. So we've got a ton of drivers down pit road right now on pit stops, which probably not a bad idea, considering that we are already 7 laps into this piece. A lot of guys coming down, guys and gals coming down to take fuel only. Mike Iskandar, Alex Weigert, and Bob Wyckoff all taking tires. Chris V and Colin Forrester, your leader came down pit road that time to get a little damage repairs. He spent 45 seconds on pit road, as did AJ Green, Johnny Castle, Steven Sear, all getting some damage repair done. So we do have a lot of takers going down pit road. The other thing is, was that the right call? We know tires normally aren't a big deal here at the plate tracks, but if you can get a little bit different fuel strategy, and if you have guys that will work with you doing such, probably not a bad idea. Again, a lot of guys taking fuel only on that one. That hands the lead of the race over to that Violet Defense number 6 of Isaac Wilson, as the pit lights have gone out on the Ford Mustang GT500 pace car, the official pace car of iRacing. Alex Eraldson going to restart inside row number 1. Your biggest mover so far, Francisco Villarreal, up 26, currently sitting in 15th spot. Next biggest mover would be Jeff Weimer, up 19, sitting in 16th right now. And Emily Urias in the 4. There you see her in the Busch 4, restarting in 3rd. Now, the bad news is the control car is going to be the 6 of Wilson on the top lane. So, kind of got to give a little bit of an advantage right now to Brian Chu in that JGR M&M's number 18.
Well, it's
go ahead.
Admittedly not looking fantastic, but we'll see how it is when they get up to speed.
Field works its way through the 3-4 complex. Pace car getting ready to make that hard left turn below the mustard line. There it goes, and here we go with Wilson going to take the lane and the top side, pulls the trigger just before they exit the Geico restart zone, catches everybody asleep at the switch, and he is down and away. And Brian Chu not getting the restart he needed in any way, shape, or form, as he's already hemorrhaged about 4 spots. Wilson and Eraldson working well together right now as Urias looking to the top shelf.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go back to radio broadcast. This is...
That's fine. Her Stuart Haas teammate going with her. Stuart Haas teammate in the 14 of Charles Robertson going with her. And don't look now, but here comes the 51 of Damian Mulvey. The Irishman has a strong hot rod right now. Peyton Hubbard and Rhea Ferris up in that top shelf as well. As Urias now shows the way down the backstretch in front of Isaac Wilson. A lot of shuffling going on, and we're almost 3 wide going into turn number 3. That is the 6 of Wilson doing the lane change as he jumps up in front of Robertson. Robertson not pushing on him just yet. Drag race coming out of turn number 4, side by side as they come into the tri-oval. Give the advantage to Wilson at the stripe. Wilson by half a fender. Charles Robertson working up there on the low side now as he jumps down in front of his Stuart Haas teammate of the 4 of Emily Urias. Robertson now showing the way as Mulvey gets to the back bumper of the 6 of Wilson. Picking him up and laying him down right now as it's the battle of the beer wagons on the low lane. You got Busch Light and Natty Light up there at the front. As Charles Robertson is going to show the way in his red number 14. Everybody kind of playing nicely right now. Nobody making any crazy moves. It looks like the boss lady may have gotten into the wall in the middle of 3. Oy. And we have bump drafting at its finest going on down the super stretch as they haul it into turn number 3. 14 with a good head of steam on the low side. Urias breaks off. They're 3 wide for 5th. As Eraldson, Hubbard, and Villarreal trying to make something happen. Sorry, Bowles, not Villarreal. I do apologize. Still side by side. Wilson with the nose out front as they come into 1 and 2. Mulvey, Robertson, Hubbard, and Urias, your top 5 as they currently sit. One Toyota in the top 5, followed by 6 Fords, 3 Chevys, and then another Toyota to round out your top 10. As they currently sit, Ford on Ford crime in the mid-pack as Urias and Bowles go side by side. Coming into the trial, Mulvey up in front in second place, looking to make a move on the 6 of Wilson, thinks better of it. As now they've got the 20 of Peyton Hubbard in tow at the Walt Tools Toyota Camry, showing a lot of pace early. A little bit of a breathing room from Hubbard back to Robertson in the 14, and that is a log jam behind him as Robertson has Bowles, Urias, Villarreal, Eraldson, Chu, and Skoglund. Throw a blanket over all of those guys as less than a tenth separate 4th through 12th. Still just clicking off laps. Those 2 purple cars in the front of this piece. The Ford of Wilson leading the Ford of Mulvey right now. And the lone interloper in the top 6 that is not a blue oval is that DeWalt Toyota Camry of Peyton Hubbard. Brian Chu starting to make some headway in the mid-pack as it looks like something happened to Clarence Prince. Let me go back and take a look at what did happen there. It looks like Prince having some issues. Oh, okay. Doing the sportsman-like thing, Clarence Prince was having some connection issues and decided to park it to get those fixed. So Good on you, sir. As Jason, you said you're back with us. I mean, this is just an amazing pack that we've got at the front of this piece right now. Throw a blanket over your top 20.
My mic was muted the entire time. Yeah, I think I may still have some slight issues, but if I do, I figured out what it is. And it shouldn't affect us until the next caution. And at that point, I will fix it.
As Urias brushes the wall going into one, has all sorts of pressure from Brian Chu from behind right now. Now, the good news is with these carbon fiber bodies that these guys are running right now, you don't generally see the dents. You can brush on the wall a little bit and, the body will spring back for the most part. Now, granted, like anything, if you hit it too hard, you're still going to see a pancake on the right side. The biggest factor is if you hit that wall too hard, you are definitely going to need to replace some suspension on the side that is caved in.
Yeah, no, that's the suspension. I think is the main issue when you have contact with these cars, especially heavy contact. I've seen multiple instances of the suspension. The wheel is just gone, which I don't think you could particularly do that in the Gen 6.
Not really. Isaac Wilson bailing out of the lead, and that is going to hand the top spot over to the 44 of Villarreal.
Up 40 places, may I add, because he started at the back.
He did at that. As a matter of fact, started stone dead last on this field.
Yeah, exactly.
So Villarreal's Chevy, Peyton Hubbard's Toyota, followed by an entire swarm of Mustangs. I'm simply amazed that everybody was able to transfer over from the Gen 6 car. And some people are doing a little bit better than we saw them in the Gen 6. Here in the next gen, they're really able to turn and burn and show the talent level that we've been expecting to see out of so many drivers. It's finally starting to come to fruition.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess we'll see that most at the tracks that sort of require, I'd say, less strategical skill like you'd see here and more driving skill that you'd see at the short tracks. Let me have a look at the schedule to see what we have coming up. But thinking the likes of, we've got not too many short tracks to start with, actually.
Somebody just ate the ball. Joey Maines going for a ride down the front chute coming into the tri-oval, got up into the wall, and it just would not release. So Maines is falling back now. And he is about to drop out of the top 20 when he was running up towards the top 5.
Yeah,
it's a battle of the Bryans right now in the mid front pack, as Brian Chu and Brian Treadwell are just going after each other right now. And Treadwell saw how chippy it was getting, decided to drop back ever so slightly.
Yeah,
not happy with.
I would not blame anyone for dropping back to the back of this pack. I mean, it's lap 22 of 200. We're basically only just a tenth of the way there, and I think potentially another car doing it. That's going to be coming down. Is that James Bowles that's going to be dropping back slightly? but literally anyone could win it from here still. So
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
you don't need to be fighting hard.
if you know how to work the draft, you can make your way forward.
Yeah.
If you're not, oh shoot! Somebody just got yeeted down the front straightaway. I'm gonna go back and take a look, see who that was.
Emily Urias.
Yes, it was.
Whoa, just came down a bit aggressively on the 2. Not quite clear. And then unfortunately losing all of her speed and dropping back. She's dropping even further. 30th now, going to be 34th after these guys come past. Not even able to catch the draft of them.
Well, the
So
good
she's
news
dropping
is
back
she
for now.
didn't hit anything.
Yeah, definitely.
We stay green.
That's also good news.
Oh yeah. Checking back at the front of this piece, Francisco Villarreal, Peyton Hubbard, Charles Robertson still running stem to stern. Now, with a full boat of fuel to start the race, we're looking at a pit window somewhere between lap 28 and 32, depending on how much you were able to save in traffic. But, the best way you can describe what's going on right now, Jason, is picture the M5 at rush hour.
Yeah.
And then crank the speedometers up to 190 miles an hour. That's what these guys and gals are experiencing right this minute.
If that were the actual drivers on the roads of the UK, I would not trust a single one of them, but I trust most of these guys to be able to go around without crashing it.
Fair.
And I'm just looking at the calendar here, actually, and there's an interesting thing that I didn't notice. This is not our only trip to the Daytona International Speedway.
Oh, do tell.
Round 6 is here again for 80 laps that time instead of 200.
Okay, I can deal with that.
Which, yeah, fair enough. I'm happy with that one. That one, in fact, just after Watkins Glen, which is round 5 in the first road course.
Yes, but take a quick look at what's coming up in the playoffs.
Playoffs Gateway, then Coke 600.
The World 600 is coming up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
As we are 3 wide again coming out of turn number 4. And that is the 6 of Wilson stuck on the top lane. Finally gets it sorted out. Mulvey and Skylar Karn. That's very loose.
Isaac Wilson nearly nearly had quite the massive accident. But nearly was the key word. He's fine. It's fine.
Well, like my grandfather always used to tell me, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Since we are racing, yeah, it was a clean shave. So Francisco Villarreal, Peyton Hubbard, Charles Robertson, James Bowles, Isaac Wilson, Brian Chu, Skylar Carnes, Damian Mulvey, Alex Weigert, and Austin Cook rounding out your top 10 right now. But throw a blanket over your top 15 as they've got about 2 seconds worth of breathing room in this front group back to the second group that's being currently led by AJ Green and Colin Forrester.
As a call
you are watching the iSNF Cup Series Season 4 opener here at Daytona. Thank you so much for making us a part of your afternoon. Tony Chapasso and Jason Sawford up in the booth with you tonight as...
And I'm sorry, Kobe, you do not win that bet. Francisco did not come down in the 26 to 28 range. But ooh, someone's low. Who's that? Was that Brian Treadwell? Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Just taking a little trip to the inside. There's no grass there though, so it was fine. Going to be interesting to see actually when we see our first stops. If they all happen to come down at similar times, that's going to be very busy.
I would expect sometime within the next handful of laps we should see some takers going down pit road, especially those that didn't come down under the one and only caution we have seen so far tonight. And there we go.
Oh, someone's backwards. Who's that? Is that Peyton Hubbard? Peyton Hubbard backwards. So let's take a look what happened here. They were threatening 3 wide with the 43 and that inside lane, and just sort of losing it and coming down out of 2.
He got loose on that top shelf, the transition coming off turn 2 onto the relatively flat backstretch. The back end of that car washed out, and he was trying to chase it. The only problem is there were cars below him.
Yeah. Ouch. That left side is not going to be best pleased. So, what's the bets that we have the busiest pit lane we've ever seen in the iSNF?
Probably legit thing to say.
Shall see. Who's going to come down? Correct question is anyone not going to come down? Looks like
everybody coming.
Yeah. Everybody coming, only people who are a lap down getting their lap back, and then they'll come down.
Right.
And seeing who we get. So I know what it is. Now I figure out how to fix it.
Yeah, and stuff.
I need to use less CPU. How do I go about doing that?
Control-Alt-Delete, open a task manager, and close whatever background programs you don't absolutely need to have running right now. So he goes to do that. We are going to go to a radio broadcast real quick as Rhea Ferris, the only one to stay out.
Interesting.
She has not been down pit road at all yet. She should be coming down. No, she stays out again. As the lights do go out on the Ford Mustang GT500 pace car, Ferris going to have the button when we get ready to turn them back loose here. Francisco Villarreal, Isaac Wilson, James Bowles, Austin Cook, Alex Weigert, Brian Chu, Robert Rowe, Damian Mulvey, and Jonas Skoglund rounding out your top 10 as we get ready to turn them back loose. Lights out on lap 33 of 200. Now we are about halfway to the stage 1 green and white checker flag. It is absolutely going to be a barn burner to find out what exactly is about to happen here. We saw some great action going on in the first portion of this race as the end of lap 64, starting lap 65 is when we are going to get the stage caution. And the good news is, if you're Rhea Ferris, you do have a teammate up there with you, with the two of James Bowles going to restart on the top shelf. But a Ford, a Chevy, two more Fords, two more Chevys, and Brian Chu's Toyota, another Chevy, and three more Fords for your top 10 right now. And as the field works its way out of turn number 4, Ferris has the button. Pace car gets ready to peel on off. There it goes. And here we go as she leads the field into the Geico restart zone and wastes absolutely no time pulling the trigger as Ferris down and away. Villarreal able to pinch out the 6 of Isaac Wilson. And I almost got to think that Ferris got a little too good of a getaway there, as she is now a sitting duck with everybody in her slipstream as they come down the super stretch.
Whoa,
3 wide.
Not expecting to have that come back up.
Oy.
Temporary radio broadcast once again, I apologise.
Sorry, folks. James Bowles currently showing the way on the low side. He's got Isaac Wilson in tow. Ferris working with the 7 of Robert Rowe on the top shelf. And they got Francisco Villarreal and Alex Eraldson up there with them, as those two Penske Fords looking very strong early. Ferris gets shuffled coming out of turn number 2 and able to collect it, not get into anybody. We stay green as Bowles on the low side, Ferris on the top shelf, as Wilson shoving the daylights out of the deuce of Bowles right now, and they are fast approaching a lap car.
Lap car gets out of the way, luckily.
Absolutely. As I didn't quite catch who that was. I believe JB Banner in the Napa 9.
Yeah.
No quarter asked for, no quarter given, as Bowles and Ferris still door to door. Now, here's the catch. Ferris has not come down pit road yet today, so she's in danger of possibly running out of fuel as they're 3 wide behind her. And she gets up into the wall knowing what the hell's going on. We've got cars sideways at the front. Oh, that's the big one.
That's an unfortunate time to keep having CPU issues.
Oh, good golly.
Don't mind, we may need to throw it to a quick break.
That sounds like a grand idea. Let's step away and we'll try to decipher what the heck we just saw.
We'll be back in a few minutes, hopefully.
Drivers that took time, all of them within 3.5 tenths of each other tonight is going to be a very closely competitive race.
As the field worked its way out of the 3-4 complex, the only thing that's left to say is wipe the visor, adjust the 5-point safety harness, because race fans, it's showtime!
Amazing looking cars already. Green flag will fly.
Well, oh, they're wrecking! Well, one thing that you're going to see at this track that we haven't seen the last few weeks is a surface that's multi-group. I think this is the first multi-group surface we're going to have.
After an amazing race at Daytona, we now come to the West Coast and Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California for the second round of the Way She Goes Racing League Cup Series.
Drivers that took time, all of them within 3.5 tenths of each other tonight is going to be a very closely competitive race.
As the field worked its way out of the 3-4 complex, the only thing that's left to say is wipe the visor, adjust the 5-point safety harness, because race fans, it's showtime!
Amazing looking cars already. Green flag will fly.
Well, oh, they're wrecking! Well, one thing that you're going to see at this track that we haven't seen the last few weeks is a surface that's multi-group. I think this is the first multi-group surface we're going to have.
After an amazing race at Daytona, we now come to the West Coast and Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California for the second round of the Way She Goes Racing League Cup Series. And we are back, still experiencing a few technical difficulties. We have the best mechanics trying to figure out what's going on with our picture, so we're going to maintain a radio broadcast right now as they do come back to green. We were going back and looking at what brought out that incident. Francisco Villarreal and Austin Cook had a meeting of the minds coming through turns 3 as we are back underway, and not a lot of takers down pit road, but some mandatory. As right now, the two of James Bowles leading the way. Isaac Wilson and his Mustang sitting on the top shelf right now as they come down the super stretch. The 45 of Curtis Kelly is going to go with the 1 of Colin Forrester as they split the gap between those two Fords at the front. As Kelly and Collins showing the way right now on the low side. They had the 2 of James Bowles with them. Nobody seems to want to work with Isaac Wilson right now on the top shelf. And just as I say that, Damian Mulvey coming to the rescue as the 6 finally bails out, drops in behind Mike Iskandar in the 99, currently riding in the number 6 position. So Curtis Kelly, Colin Forrester, James Bowles, Jonas Skoglund, Charles Robertson, and Mike Iskandar, Isaac Wilson, Joey Maines, Gene Duda, and Damian Mulvey rounding out your top 10 as we currently sit. And it looks like so far only one retirement to speak of, and that is the 23 of Clarence Prince. As these guys are just picking them up and laying them down right now. Here comes the 6 with a head of steam, trying to lead the charge in the second lane. No help to speak of yet. As Mulvey about 2 car lengths back off of him, not going to really be able to help the 6 yet. As the 8 takes a big swing at it, Joey Maines jumping up to the top shelf to work his way around Mike Iskandar in the Tootsie's number 99. And they're 3 wide behind him as Urias sends it up the middle, forces the 91 down below that yellow line. That's something that's going to need to be reviewed post-race as to whether or not they're going to be able to make that or let that move stick. And don't look now, but Marcus Hagman, your defending series champion, is making a run at it. As we saw him drop back earlier, he's now picked up someone that he is not afraid to work with and has worked together well with in the past. That is the 47 of Skylar Carnes. As they are 3 wide in front of them, that's the 46 of Alex Weigert going around the 6 of Wilson. And, we've got contact. Mulvey into the wall. Urias into the wall. Six got shuffled out in the middle of 3 and 4. Almost gets into the wall. Does get into the wall. Was trying to get down in front of Hagman. Hagman didn't really give him room to get in front of him. The 6 was coming regardless. Joey Maines used as a pinball. Like Johnny Castle caught a piece of that one. Oy. All right, so going back to this one, we're going to take let me take another quick look at what just popped off.
Guys, I'm just here to let you know is that there's, I guess, a broadcast issue. People are saying.
We're aware of it. Jason's trying to fix it. We're on a radio broadcast, miss.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
So, yeah, that was a rather ugly-looking melee that happened. You know, and the Mulvey goes up and over. Just complete airtime for the 51. And the good news is there are fast repairs tonight. The bad news is some of these guys have already burned one. And we're not even to the halfway mark yet. That means they're going to have to go the rest of the way and hope that they don't get another or don't have to use another fast repair. So Isaac Wilson, Alex Eraldson, Marcus Hagman, John Hopley, Chris V, Brian Treadwell, Steven Sear, Eugene Thorne, Bjorn Brostrom, Rhea Ferris, Damian Mulvey, Robert Rowe, Johnny Castle, and Derek Cook all catching a piece of that incident. As field working its way around right now.
Right, we can hope that I am back for good. Unfortunately, it means I'm rendering less cars and the graphics are worse, but I can get going. Doing that.
Jason, are you back with us?
What? Yes, I'm back. The overlay is no longer transparent.
Interesting.
How does that work then? I'm deleting it, re-adding it. Apologies for all of these issues, everyone. Time to restart my live timing. So we can see the pictures just without the overlay for now.
So anyway.
Oh, great.
Green flag comes back out. Curtis Kelly leading him back to green. Gets a decent jump. Colin Forrester trying to make some headway on the top shelf as he has some help from the 41 of Jonas Skoglund. As Curtis Kelly up 33 spots from where he started this piece. As they come down the super stretch one more time, we're working lap 47 of 200 here at Daytona. I do want to apologize for the technical issues that we've all been experiencing here tonight. This is the iSNF Cup Series Season 4 season opener here at Daytona. And no, you're not seeing things. We are in the next gen car this season. As Curtis Kelly shows the way, Colin Forrester, James Bowles, Jonas Skoglund, and Charles Robertson rounding out your top five as they currently sit. Then they are side by side, a little bit deeper in the pack. It looks like Taylor Butcher, Benjamin, Emily Urias, and AJ Green going after each other. As that is going to allow Butcher Benjamin to close back in. Second group with a good head of steam right now. As throw a blanket over your top 15. They're just picking them up and laying them down. As Kelly continues to show the way. That second lane starting to get a little more organized. And by default getting a little bit more speed for them. As they come down the super stretch one more time. And it's Kelly leading the low lane, and Skylar Carnes leading the top shelf charge. I'm sorry, no, I take that back. It's Alex Weigert leading the top shelf charge as he's got Skylar Carnes in tow with him.
I've never been happier to see it working Overwatch.
There you go. Alec
We
Weigert
always
now
get there in the end.
does at that. Now, a couple of the other rule changes that we did not mention during the pre-race. There is no more bonus point for leading a lap or leading the most laps here tonight. There is no more bonus point for setting quick time in an event because we are having stage cautions now. Top 10 will receive points at the end of lap 64, starting lap 65. And same thing again on lap 130. So coming out of 29, going into 30, we will see another stage break. And I don't have it.
Ooh, it's down here. That's a lot of cars that are affected by that one. I got it eventually. Take a look. It's just showing me Chris V first, who is up near the front of this pack. Oh, that 48 car just coming across the back of him, and there's actually a wreck that happens behind as well, or maybe in response, just like seeing that happening. But the 48 was just sort of all over the place. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it started with the 27. 27 caught the apron, and 48 just finished him off.
Did he?
Yeah, and the 27 just got yeeted into the wall.
I think the 51 was the first to react, and the 42 hit him because of that. That was sort of its own thing. And, unfortunately, everyone trying to come to a stop. Keyword being trying.
Well then. Oh yeah, you can see just how heavily that 27 of Chris V is damaged. The right front suspension arm not on that car.
Ah, yeah. That's the thing we said with the suspension. Luckily there's fast repairs, but he will have had to tow that back. Or will he? It doesn't say that he jumped to the pit lane. Okay.
Chris V towed back to the pits.
Because yeah, there's no way you're driving that back, realistically. Because that's what it's supposed to look like there on Skylar Carnes' car. And Chris V running a bit too much camber.
Camber and toe in.
Yeah. Which normally you want those pointing in a straight line.
Or a reasonable facsimile thereof.
Yeah, that's the most I know about suspension setups. If the wheel's pointing in a straight line, you're probably not too far off.
Depends on what track you're running.
Yeah, well.
And for that matter, take a look at what the rear suspension does on a dirt late model.
I'm not going to lie, as soon as you say dirt, I have no idea what's going to come next. So,
yeah,
those cars are magical to me.
Yeah, well, when you pull the trigger in a dirt late model, the left rear tire sucks up and forward. It goes under the driver's butt.
Yeah, those cars are magical to me, I don't know.
Another thing that's magical is the lights have gone out on the Ford Mustang GT500 pace car. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us this afternoon for the iSNF Season 4 opener here at Daytona. let us know who you're pulling for this evening, and we'll try to highlight them throughout the race if you let us know.
Yeah, still a strong showing in chat despite all of the issues. We're a quarter of our way through now, just over, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be fine. You aren't currently seeing the entire grid, unfortunately. So if I go back, cars magically appear, but I have to do that, so I apologise.
Yeah.
Didn't realise my PC suddenly became a potato. Maybe it was fed up of iRacing after the Spa 24 today.
Did you do a hard restart before you came in here?
I didn't.
There you go. There's your problem, sir.
Always restart your PC before streams.
Especially if you've just competed as a driver in a 24-hour endurance race.
This is something I will be doing, and the pace car is off, so Skylar Carnes will be accelerating out of the restart zone, and that is a big gap. That's not necessarily what you want here.
Curtis Kelly did not get going, as I'm trying to figure it out right now, as AJ Green leading that top lane charge. He has Colin Forrester with him, pushing the daylights out of him, and the 43 of Alex Weigert coming down the super stretch here as the 91 and the 1. And now the 43 getting the clear on Carnes. One stays to the top shelf as the other two drop down. Francisco Villarreal and AJ Green. I'm sorry, that's Villarreal and Forrester making it happen on the bottom shelf. And by 2/1000ths of a second, give the lap to Forrester.
Yes, he's just about got clear, so he's able to get down into that bottom lane. But these restarts here are proving to be pretty difficult to get right.
Well, with the new restart zone rule, you know, we didn't have that last season. So,
Yeah.
you know, it was at leaders' discretion of when they pulled the trigger. And now, it's okay, I can, as soon as I enter that blue area, and you'll see it on the apron, as soon as they enter that, they can pull the trigger anytime before the exit of it. Otherwise, whoever's around them can just go on at will.
So is the strategy here that you just want to wait?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be getting the jump, as we've seen from Skylar Carnes. He started at the top, at the front, rather. He's now in 7th, just in this pack.
And the other thing, too, that we've got to keep in mind, the last time an update came out for this car, iRacing lowered the ride heights. And if we go to an onboard shot, you can hear the scraping in the corners, the 3-story banking that makes up the turns here at Daytona. These cars are bottoming out badly. So every one of these drivers are right now having to fight the wheel in the corners.
Yeah, just on board with Skylar Carnes now, and yeah, you can tell that wheel is moving about more than you would necessarily expect for a car that's got more aero than the Gen 6, just because it's so much lower, because they're just bottoming out.
Well, they decided to lower the ride height, which in turn should, and I use that term loosely, should make the car more planted. But there's a fine line, because of the underbody aero that these cars are trying to generate now. There's a fine line between getting a car low enough and too low.
Yeah, because you can quite easily get bottoming out, as we're seeing here, as the it nearly went very wrong for Francisco Villarreal there. The bottom lane did not have a good run through the last lap at all. He kind of got swamped, and well, it nearly went quite wrong with a bump draft from behind, as they're 3 wide behind him.
Bowles bailing out as he's going to backpedal through the middle, finally slot in behind the 6 of Wilson. As right now, Francisco Villarreal leading the top line charge. 43 of Alex Weigert and the 47 of Skylar Carnes up there with him. But surprisingly, the low lane seems to be just slightly more effective here tonight. In a lot of other series that we've seen run the next-gen car here at Daytona, that second lane, if they get the numbers like they currently have, they can make some headway. The only problem is they're not as organized as that bottom lane is.
Yeah, you can see it, they have the numbers, but the trouble is you've got 5 really up at the front in that top lane. They are starting to make some progress now because the bottom lane was getting a bit disorganized, but there were 5 up at the front just in a line, and there was a gap back, and the bottom lane was completely full, as someone got pretty loose back there.
That was the 7 of Robert Rowe.
Yeah, as Villarreal now back up to the front, and he took Weigert with him as well. But it is just all about that organisation, as we are coming up to, what, 4 to go on the stage?
Yeah.
Because we're going to get that stage caution coming on to lap 65.
Which means pits are going to be closed here within the next couple of laps.
Oh, there's contact. Number 1. Holding it.
That stage almost just ended, and it did. There's the stage.
Well. Jonas Skoglund off in the grass. That doesn't quite show me what happened. I'm going to have a little cheeky reverse back there. As this all appears to start up by the 22 of Butcher Benjamin. Oh no, it starts further up actually. It's...
The 7 and the 18 get into each other.
Yeah.
The 41 jams on the binders so he can try to stay off of it, and then gets completely just run flat over by the 14.
I think that was actually somewhat of a byproduct of the contact with the number 1, considering it's just a bit of an accordion effect back in the bottom lane. And if you're one of the guys towards the back of that, you've got basically no chance of reacting in time. You're going to make contact with the guy in front of you.
From what I'm seeing from the chopper cam, that was a result of Jeff Weimer getting into the 7.
Yeah.
7 gets into the 18, spits him up the track, and everybody behind him saw what was starting to pop off, jumped on the binders, and the only problem is the 14 gets into the 41, and 41 goes up into the outside wall and then does some lawn trimming on the exit of 2.
Yes. So, let's have a look. Looks like, as expected,
we are
everyone coming into the pits.
Well, we are within 5.
Yeah, that would be the stage, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So that'll be Villarreal getting 10 extra points, because the points go 10 through 1 for the top 10. As race off of pit road being won there by Alex Araldson, only taking 2 tyres as opposed to... well, no, only taking fuel actually, as opposed to Villarreal taking 2 tyres. I
John
think.
Hopley stayed out.
Yeah. Interesting maneuver. I don't know when he last pitted. You would probably know
Lap
that better.
44.
So he's got some fuel left, at least.
A couple gallons. And Jason, if you'll excuse me real quick, I need to step away momentarily.
That is absolutely fine. As how you see it now, we are Hopley, Araldson, Wilson, Villarreal, Hagman, Weggett, Carnes, Chu, Battle, and Forrester for our top 10. John Hopley still staying out, so last down in lap 44, so he would have been 19 laps on the stint, so he's... Consider that we're under caution, still got another... He's probably still got another 15 laps of fuel in there. JB Banner just about getting out in time in front of the pace car, but starting from the front has not been the easiest, so John Hopley may go back a few spots in this group, and that'll allow him to save a bit more fuel, so he's probably just holding out for another caution in the next 18 or so laps, and if he gets one, then this has gone pretty well for him, to be honest. As we're now working our way through turn 4, pace car peels off to the left hand side. When's John Hopley going to go? It's going to be immediately here. And Alex Haraldson actually following him. Actually, that's Isaac Wilson, sorry. Wilson following pretty close by, so maybe Hopley's not going to get freight trained, though the 6 is going to go to the outside. There's not going to be much help initially, though I expect 44 to come up potentially, as there is a lot of wiggling further back in the pack, as that outside lane is going to get some momentum now. Isaac Wilson dropping down to the bottom. Francisco Villarreal being pushed by Forrester, who's being pushed by Chu. There's a very organised outside lane. Villarreal bailing to the bottom. And now it's Forrester to lead the charge on the outside.
Forrester on the top shelf, Villarreal on the low side. As Jason had alluded to, the number 2 of James Bowles was all sorts of squirrely coming off of turn 2 last time. But right now, we've got stage 1 in the books. Next stage caution will be at lap 130. So still a ton of racing left here tonight. And boy, Colin Forrester getting a great getaway on the top shelf, as he has Jalen Battle and Brian Chu up there with him. And those guys are, Chu and Battle are no strangers to trying to figure out what it takes to win here at the World Center of Racing, one of the most historic tracks on the NASCAR calendar.
Yeah, I believe we were talking a bit before the broadcast. I think I remember rightly that you say Brian Chu also runs in a super speedway series.
He does
So,
that every Friday night.
Yeah.
And you know, Brian's had some success there too. He actually made their playoffs in his rookie season in that division.
What is this run on the bottom lane with Villarreal and Wilson only? Just completely slingshotting off the top four for a moment. They're not able to make all of the progress, but they do have help coming in the form of James Bowles, but that inside lane is now locked off a bit from progressing further forward as Brian Chu takes the front of this piece.
Jeepers, they're getting chippy up at the front of this piece. As Francisco Villarreal got into the back of Jalen Battle, and they pushed the pusher. It's not a good idea.
Oh dear.
Somebody might want to slap the hell out of Isaac Wilson right now. And there it is. Of course.
Unfortunately, I think that may have stemmed from AJ Green, as he's not holding his brakes. Let's take a quick look at that one. Where are we going to be looking? Let's go with that.
E.
That's a bit late in the day for that one, so focuses on Rhea Ferris here. You'll be able to see on the apron.
That actually did start with AJ Green.
AJ Green coming back up onto the track just as the banking of 3 started the 66.
Well, he got
to try
a shot from the 19 that sent him down the track. 66 goes up, seeing him coming, takes defensive action. The only problem is Rhea Ferris was to his outside. Ferris eats the wall. 91 of Green goes around. The 00 of Austin Cook catching a piece of that one, and he's not a happy camper.
Whoa. JB Banner, get on the brakes, sir. I'm just gonna run back slightly for the sake of getting a cockpit cam of that one.
And I think that might do it for. I think that might possibly do it for Damian Mulvey, as he's already burned 2 of his fast repairs, and he got caught up in that one as well.
Ouch. And you haven't looked at it. I suggest going to Davey Banner's onboard as he passed that wreck.
Oh yeah, no, that was a definite Code Brown moment.
I've heard of Arca brakes. That's just the brakes are not there. Although it did give us some nice fun action to look at after that a caution came out, so.
JB Banner doing his best impersonation of Cole Trickle from Days of Thunder.
Or optionally, if realism isn't your thing, Lightning McQueen from Cars. That'll do.
So, the benefactor of that whole mess, Brian Chu in the 18 is going to inherit the lead.
Yeah.
Colin Forrester, Jalen Battle, Robert Rowe, Jeff Weimer, Isaac Wilson, Alex Weigert, Alex Eraldson, James Bowles, and Brian Treadwell rounding out your top 10 as they currently sit.
Now, consider that John Hartley didn't hit on what turned out to be the stage caution. While you were gone, I was contemplating his strategy. I would have thought that he would have come down now to pack fuel in, because it's probably needing to come down at around lap 80. He's getting really tight on when he wants a caution to be out at this point in time, to be perfectly honest.
Well, we figured that your pit window with a full boat of fuel, you're going to be looking around 30 laps.
Yeah.
And he's fast approaching that mark.
Yeah, let's say 33 to 35, because he's had 2 cautions
Okay.
during. That's still pretty much there.
And the problem that he's going to have is if he's not coming down pit side, everybody else was last down on lap 62 or later.
Yeah, green flag pit stopping on your own is not the one. But after all, he's the one driving that car, and we will see how that strategy works out for him as the pace car is coming down pit road once again.
Chu jumps on the loud pedal and may have gotten too good of a getaway, as a little bit of a changing of the lanes for Forrester and Battle, as Battle goes to the top shelf with Jeff Weimer in tow. Here comes the one to throw the block on Battle, and Chu has absolutely no help right now. Finally, Alex Weigert in the 43 getting to him, but he is just hemorrhaged about 7 spots.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like any of the drivers have got our memo about you should probably be waiting to go rather than stepping on it immediately. But that, it could have gone worse. I could have seen him accidentally creating a middle lane and being completely freight trained by literally everyone, but we got freight trained by 10 people as the
Don't
lane seems to have...
updraft in the
Whoa.
corner, and there we go. That
Say,
didn't
there
take
we
long.
go. Nice car control, Skylar Carnes. To,
If you would have told me anybody could, if you would have told me Skylar Carnes was going to save it at that speed, I would have said, yeah, he probably could.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was able to do that is nothing short of miraculous. As here comes the, and that's,
Caution. Here comes the
good.
caution. Bjorn Brostrom involved. That's, yeah, that's involved. Take a look what happened here. So we're just coming through turn 3. Looking pretty normal. They're going to make it 3 wide. A bit of a squeeze. Yeah, I think the 36 just came up a little bit there. Got dumped into the wall as they were 3 wide. Maybe not quite knowing that they were 3. And was busy facing the pit lane. And used that opportunity to go into the box.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Just ever so slightly had to chase it up the hill. The only problem is the 91 was at his door. And around goes Brostrom, and we are back under caution.
Speaking of Brostrom, one thing that I've noticed is that we do not have a Linus in the race.
Linus mentioned at the end of last season that he was probably going to be taking a bit of time off on Sundays because it's summertime, you know, and he's in one of those situations where you only get about 2 weeks of summer, and he's going to enjoy it.
Yeah. our 2 weeks of summer over in Europe is being a very interesting 2 weeks and a very long 2 weeks currently. I think here in England we're on about week 4 of our allotted 1 week period.
Well, surprisingly, when you guys had the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the weather actually held out nicely for that weekend. And that was back in the middle of June.
Yeah, it did. That was good to see. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it there this year, but I remember from, I think last year the weather was decent as well. I don't remember being rained on, but I guess that would just be another day. And John Hopley's not in the pits yet. Are we sure we're correct about him last going down on lap 44?
That's what I've got him listed as.
See, has he found an infinite fuel tank?
Grip.hack.exe.
Well, luckily we don't have any obvious exploitable glitches at this track. Because I don't know if you saw, but there was a lot of social media posts about an interesting thing you can do at Spa on this simulator.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so basically coming down the long straight just after Eau Rouge and Raidillon, if you just hold your left wheel, your left side on the grass, making sure that not half the car is off of track limits, so you don't get a 1x. It cools your left side tyres so much that you can gain half a second per lap.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that is that was known before, and apparently it's a bannable offence. But I think most of the top splits of the 24-hour were just sort of taking the approach of they can't ban us all.
Sounds about right.
So they did it. See whether they change anything about that.
I mean, that would hold true with any track that has grass bordering it. If you put your whatever the dominant side is, the dominant outside is for that track, like at Watkins Glen, if you did the same thing at the top of the S's leading into the bus stop, you would probably have a similar result. But we are not at Watkins Glen. We are at Daytona for the iSNF season opener for Season 4. Isaac Wilson leading us back to green from the top shelf as Alex Weigert working the inside. He's got the 2 of James Bowles behind him. But right now, Francisco Villarreal on that 44 on the top shelf, pushing the daylights out of the 6. As the 6 almost getting into the wall. Everybody minding their P's and Q's so far. And there it goes.
Let's keep it out that inside wall. Yeah, admittedly I thought he was staying maybe a bit too high, but clearly that didn't change anything about whatever happened here. Let's have a look from the camera viewing Alex Araldson. They come alongside the 6. Looks like the 6 gets a bit of a tap from Francisco Villarreal, not completely square, which sends him around and unfortunately straight into Alex Araldson. But it happened so quickly that it was straight into Alex Araldson only. So the rest of the field holding up completely fine. So that 37 is probably not a very happy car.
Absolutely not. As The good news
Right.
is neither one of them hit anything.
Apart from each other, yeah. Right side suspensions look fine.
As we are working lap 77 of 200 here from Daytona. Tony Trapasso, Jason Sawford up in the booth with you for the iSNF Cup Series Season 4 opener here at Daytona. Thank you so much for making us part of your afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you're watching in the world. We do ask that while you are enjoying this stream, give it a thumbs up because it really helps share these streams around with the YouTube algorithm. The more thumbs up a video gets, the more likely it is to get shared. So, let that thumbs up button know that you appreciate what it does. Take it out to dinner and only get it a roast beef sandwich with coleslaw. And then when you're done, take it to a trip to the zoo, cover it in honey, and throw it into the bear enclosure.
That took a turn. And what else is taking a turn is some strategy in this race. As we've got differing opinions about whether you should stop or not. I'd say just over half of the main field going, no, not stopping. And then just under half, 20th through down to 32nd now, going, yep, gonna stop. So stoppers include Wilson, Hagman, Carnes, Tomlinson, Duda, Thorne, Hopley, Cook, Ricketts, Haraldson, Brostrom, and Mulvey.
As well as Lance Hill and Bob Wyckoff coming down under this current they were down 10 laps ago. So, you take a look at the people that did come down pit road this time. The vast majority of them came down for fuel only. Isaac Wilson,
Yeah.
John Hopley, Jason Ricketts, Lance Hill, and Bjorn Brostrom, the only ones to actually take tires under this one. So should we talk about the elephant in the room right now? And that is Alex Weigert, your current race leader, is up 36 positions from where he started.
Yes. So if that doesn't prove that you can basically win from anywhere, I don't know what does.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of these plate tracks is if you know how to work the draft, you know how to work it effectively, you can make some headway no matter where you start here. I go back to the late great Dale Earnhardt Sr. There were many times where he would start tail end of the field after a caution or whatever and come back and win.
Yeah.
So definitely something to be mindful of as Weigert in the 43 that tied Food City Chevy Camaro from RPM is getting ready to lead us back to green. Alex Bowles, Colin Forrester, Francisco Villarreal, Brian Chadwell, Jalen Battle, Jeff Weimer, Brian Chu, Curtis Kelly, and Robert Rowe rounding out your top 10 as the pace car brings them off of turn number 4, gets ready to make that hard left turn below the mustard line. There it goes, and here we go with Weigert having the button as he works his way into the Geico restart zone. Green flag in the air. He pulls the trigger, and we are back underway.
Yeah, Weigert got the memo. As did Isaac Wilson on the last restart, actually. I didn't quite get to talk about that one, but still that top lane getting the better restart because 48 just dropping back a bit. There's a good 2 car lengths in between himself and the 1 so far. That's closing up pretty rapidly now, though.
Looks like he wanted to make good and sure that he didn't get into the 1 at all. as now Francisco Villarreal making a bid for the lead as he drops to the inside of Bowles. Both of them were clear. Bowles drops down, almost gets into the 43 of Weigert. Another coat of paint on those cars, they would have been in trouble. And that's going to leave Jalen Battle on the top shelf with Brian Chu to work together. But Villarreal to the point. James Bowles in the deuce working with him. So at the front right now, you've got the 2 Chevys. Make that 3 Chevys now. Then the 4 to Bowles. Jalen Battle gets up in there.
Oh.
Oi!
Careful now, guys.
Blackjack, everybody lose. The 2 got shuffled out there, coming down the back chute. Right now, though, Colin Forrester in the 1, showing the way on the top shelf. Jalen Battle kind of just biding his time, looking to save some fuel, running sucked up behind the 1 of Forrester. And the top lane, as organized as it is, they're having the cars be able to kind of roll the corner a little bit better, not bogging them down like that low lane, unfortunately, is having to. And they are starting to stretch that lead on the top shelf as the 43 of Weigert gets into the back of Villarreal and gives him a shot down the back chute.
Well, that sure helped the bottom lane get a bit of speed up, as Villarreal is now going to lead this just about. Who would get it at the stripe? It would have been Villarreal by nothing. That would have been a photo finish if we'd ended it there.
Actually, according to live timing scoring, Colin Forrester.
Oh, okay.
By 1/10,000th of a second.
Well, that's how close it was. Even I couldn't tell with my timing screen.
It had to go out to 4 decimal points. Still, I mean, what a lap.
Yeah,
what
exactly
a race
is.
we're seeing is we pretty much have a little bit of a breakaway for him. In the top 17 up at the front of this piece, with Taylor Butcher Benjamin in the double deuce being the caboose in that little freight, being the caboose in that freight train. And then you're a second and a half back to Emily Urias in the 4, who's leading the peloton.
Yeah, let's take a little look back at that group, and I have to say, cycling fans wouldn't say that's much of a peloton, to be honest. They're not very organised in this second group, and I have to say the same of the group behind them, unfortunately. So that's why they are getting dropped a little bit, as if we go back up to this top group, they have been more organised, but that bottom lane currently is very, very strong.
They absolutely are at that, and one of the strongest around is currently leading this piece, plus 40 for the 44 of Francisco Villarreal. Started shotgun on the field tonight and currently making his way in his full-time return to the league. At least to start the season, he's going to be full-time. He's going to make the decision of whether to stay full-time after the first handful of races. But, if he were to win the season opener, it might affect his decision-making of whether or not to stick with this league. And I dare say he probably would if he can come home with a victory here at Daytona, as we are currently working lap 87 of 200, as we are just past the halfway mark for the second stage. That stage break will happen at the end of lap 29 going into lap 130. Villarreal, Weigert, Bowles, battle, Treadwell, Forrester, Weimer, Iskandar, Chu, and Carnes, your top 10 as they currently sit. Jalen Battle leading the top shelf right now, as he does have the one of Forrester in tow. Forrester not pushing too aggressively yet, knows that he doesn't have to, but these guys are still making it happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're still gapping the other pack by quite some way, and, well, that other pack has fallen apart, to be honest. There's now 2 packs of 3 behind this main group, and then a slightly bigger group from 21st down to 32nd. A quick look at how they're formed. They're formed up pretty well, so they're going to be catching and assimilating those groups of 3 pretty quickly, I would say.
And just as you were looking back at that, Jalen Battle led his first lap here tonight, as now Colin Forrester ducks it to the inside with the 10 of Weimer. And Villarreal and Weigert. Sorry, I keep wanting to say Iskandar, but because he was in the 43 last season. But the 44 and the 43 working very well with each other right now, as Colin Forrester still has the 10 of Weimer behind him. And we just continue to click off laps. And what was a 17-car breakaway is now down to about 11, with a couple of stragglers still within that mix. You can see the Kroger 46 of Skylar Carnes back there, or 47, I mean. The 7 a row, and then you've got a pretty decent gap back to Steven Sear in the 5 and Emily Urias in the 4. They're 3.5 seconds behind this group.
Yeah, they're we saw Forrester either making his way back to the back of this little pack, or being forced to go back to the back, because he was in the middle of 3 for most of it, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that wasn't his choice.
Probably a safe bet, as Jalen Battle goes from the lead back to 8th, as this front pack starting to get a little jumbled up. As you've got your top 3 with a little bit of breathing room back to that battle for 4th between Duda and the two. Okay.
I think the 2 is having some difficulties maybe with the bottoming out,
which is understandable. By now your tire pressures are up. So the car is starting to get a little bit greasy, and that wind that we mentioned at the beginning, it's a solid 10, but gusting. I've seen gusts to 15 so far here. And that's what's really been wreaking hell with these drivers, especially coming off of 4 with that transition. That is a big bump coming off of 4 into the going into the front chute of the tri-oval. Track temperature, though, has dropped 20 degrees since we went green.
Yeah, I mean, we're dropping into the evening, so...
Crap.
Speaking of dropping...
It's like Derek Cook having issues.
Yep. Well, that's what I've got as well. Let's see, just coming through 4 in this sort of back of the field pack. And, there was an issue just after the start-finish line. And the 17 going down to try and avoid it, going down into the 38 of Jason Ricketts. See if I can try and see what happened in that initial issue there?
Looks like the 19 and the 9 got into each other.
Get a chopper cam. Yeah, the 19 just coming up on the 9, forcing him into the wall.
Looks like the 19 may have caught the apron right at the start-finish line.
Yeah, could have done.
Yeah, and that kind of shot him up the track. The 9 nowhere to go. Mulvey breathes a sigh of relief as he's able to avoid it, but the 17 of Cook and the 19 of Ricketts getting into each other. Or sorry, yeah, Cook and Ricketts getting into each other as unfortunately Hopley and JB Banner getting into each other as well. And they are putting that one on JB Banner.
On the 9?
Actually, JB Banner's the one that put it on JB Banner.
Okay. That is admittedly the exact opposite of what I expected, but there is a reason
that's why.
I'm not. There is a reason I'm not race control for oval races.
He is limping that car around because the right front suspension and it looks like maybe the right rear might not be attached.
I see.
Definitely
so
the right front is not attached.
Yeah. So basically,
and
just
the tire is flat.
Giving himself an EOL as to not get in the way.
Right.
Right. That makes a bit of sense. But while we're under caution, how about we step away for just a couple minutes?
Sounds like a grand idea.
And we will be back shortly.
Drivers that took time, all of them within 3.5 tenths of each other tonight is going to be a very closely competitive race.
As the field works its way out of the 3-4 complex, the only thing that's left to say is wipe the visor, adjust the 5-point safety harness, because race fans, it's showtime!
Amazing looking cars already. Green flag will fly.
Oh, they're wrecking! Well, one thing that you're going to see at this track that we haven't seen the last few weeks is a surface that's multi-group. I think this is the first multi-group surface we're going to have.
After an amazing race at Daytona, we now come to the left coast and Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California for the second round of the Way She Goes Racing League Cup Series.
And we are back in here once again. Join us on lap 96. Pace car lights are off. So we're going to be, what, 33 to go for stage 2?
Roughly, yeah. Taylor Butcher Benjamin going to have the button from the low side. Colin Forrester looking to get a decent restart on the top shelf. Villarreal on the low side with TB2 in the double deuce. Pace car is in the Geico restart zone. Butcher Benjamin pulls the trigger. And he's almost a sitting duck right now as Villarreal and the one. Actually, Villarreal getting shoved by Skylar Carnes to get up in there. Carnes backs off a little bit because the last thing you want to do is push the pusher. As now Villarreal glued to the back bumper of Butcher Benjamin as they haul it down the super stretch one more time. The double deuce and the 44 in front right now. Forrester, though, getting a good head of steam wound up on the top shelf as he has the 66 of Duda for help up there. Duda not really putting a lot of bumper to the one, but still hanging in there. Oy. That could have ended poorly as...
Oh,
and there it goes.
Yeah. I'm quick.
Brian Chu, Robert Rowe, AJ Green all caught up in that one.
We see Duda. It looked from the outside like he just wanted to follow Forrester in, but I wonder whether he got a bit loose on the transition. Yep, loose on the transition. Because he would not have just gone down like that.
Yeah, the transition coming off a 2 onto the flat of the backstretch as the 7 getting into it, the 18 gets a piece of it. The 37 catching a piece of it. And we are back under caution. Linus Brostrom checking in the chat with us. Good to have you with us, sir. Wish you were on track right now. Saying that escalated quickly, and you're not wrong.
Yeah, that was, I believe, in response to a quip you made earlier. Can't remember exactly what you said.
Oh, yeah, about the taking the thumbs up button out on a date.
Yeah.
And no, I don't steal my material. I borrow from the best.
I mean,
coming up tonight, though, on the Esports Broadcasting Network, we do have one more race for our nightcap. The Davis Brothers Roofing 200 from Pocono. That'll be coming up tonight at 8:20 Eastern Time. Tomorrow night, Monday night, we'll have the CleanRacing.net Truck Series round number 4 from Pocono. That'll be an 8:20 Eastern Time start on that one as well. And then the triple header for Tuesday, starting at 8:20 Eastern Time, the AARL Truckers Feed America round number 2 from Hotlanta. And then about a half hour later, we have round number 2 for the Rikmatech Cup Series. They'll be going to Darlington at 8:40 Eastern Time. And then the nightcap, as always, Western States Racing League, round number 4. And they are going to the Brickyard at 10:05 Eastern Time. So triple header on Tuesday. We have another triple header in store for you on Wednesday as well, as the Ghost Xfinity Series, round number 3 from Michigan. That'll be a 7:20 Eastern Time start on that one. Then the Thunderclap Stock Car iRacing Series round the regular season finale from Richmond. That'll be an 8:10 Eastern Time start on that one. So a lot of racing left here just this week, Jason.
Yeah, definitely. It's and it all sounds like it's gonna be great. And speaking of great, that is what we're going to be hoping for from this restart. I believe it's Francisco Villarreal at the bottom, and I don't remember. I believe he's done a restart before in this race, and he didn't. He wasn't overzealous with getting a gap, from what I remember.
He took the top shelf last time.
Interesting.
See what type of restart he's going to get from the low lane, as he's got Skylar Carnes with him on the top shelf. So, Carnes no stranger to winning here at Daytona. Jalen Battle has had success here. Villarreal has had some success here. So, getting ready to turn them loose with about 30 to go. Currently 30. It'll be 29 to go when we get the green in this current stage. Stage break will happen at the end of lap 29, starting into lap 130. As the pace car ducks below the mustard line, Villarreal has the button as he works the field into the Geico restart zone and rolls into it as the one giving the 24 a little bit of a shove. And that's going to let Carnes get down in there. So Villarreal, Carnes, Battle, Weigert, Forrester, Bowles, Urias, Weimer, Skoglund, and Green, your top 10 as they currently sit.
Yep, Francisco Villarreal there, proving that you can do it from the bottom lane, as there is shuffling going on at the back of this pack. And Skylar Carnes moving back out to that outside lane, helped by Alex Weigert, who has been left with the keys to the front of the outside. Skylar Carnes pushed it back to the inside.
Absolutely. The battle of the food vendors is it's an aggressive move from Weigert to jump down in front of Carnes. Now it's the two of Bowles that's leading the top shelf, as he has a lot of Ford teammates up in that second lane with him. The 41 of Skoglund and the 12 of the boss lady, Rhea Ferris, running up towards the front of this piece on the top shelf. Is you would think we were racing, lap 199 as opposed to lap 103, with as many lane changes as this front has done just in the last 2 laps.
Well, I guess they just want to have fun. I guess it can probably be a little bit boring if you're looking at the back of the same car for an hour and a half straight. So have some fun with it, switch up the scenery. Why not?
Yeah, you know what else is fun?
Being alive.
Go grab a 3-pound ball peen hammer, put your hand on a metal table, and smack it right between your middle 2 knuckles.
Mike Iskandar had a trip onto that tarmac on the inside. Not hitting anything, not spinning, so we are all good continuing on, as Colin Forrester once again made his way to the front of this and to the front of that top lane, which seems to be working so well, as you said we expected.
Well, they were thinking about making it 3 wide on him in that top shelf, as Villarreal battling back on the low side. Alex Weigert down there with him, as well as Skylar Carnes and Jalen Battle. Top shelf, Colin Forrester, James Bowles, Rhea Ferris, and the 79 of Lance Hill at the front of this piece right now. As Weigert giving a good shove to Villarreal on the low side. It's going to be a drag race coming out of turn number 4. as the one with the advantage coming down the hill off the banking on the top shelf, almost getting Bowles to clear on Villarreal, as the 43 backs off a little bit, does not want to push through the tri-oval, and that's going to really open it up for Forrester, Bowles, and Ferris on the top shelf.
Yep, Bowles initially making the decision to come down, and Colin Forrester being like, yep, if you're going down, I'm going as well, and they are getting a bit squirrely when they're following other cars. To be honest, you can see how some of these cautions have happened by how loose they're getting behind them.
Well, by now you've worn all the goodie off the tires, and you're just, banking on the mechanical grip that the car can create, as opposed to grip from the tires, as a default. And with as badly as these cars are bottoming out in the corners, you're pretty much, if that front splitter bangs the track, you pretty much cut off any flow to the under tray of these cars. And they're pretty much set up like a GT3 or GT2 car over in the endurance racing side of things, with that under tray and the diffuser at the back. And if that splitter bangs the ground, you've got no airflow to it. And you can see just how much lower the blades are on the rear spoilers on the top of the deck lid. These cars don't have... Oy!
Get it sorted, everyone.
I was just white-knuckled, and I'm not even in the race.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
But, you don't have the blade in the back of the car to plant it like you used to. Most of the downforce is generated through that under tray and through the diffuser. And splitters on the ground are not your friend.
No, exactly, because you're going to get no aero from the bottom side of the car, and, well, good luck getting any aero from the top side of the car, because you're not exactly going through much air if you're behind someone. They're the one with all of it.
A little bit of a breakaway starting to form at the front of this piece. Francisco Villarreal in the 43 of Alex Weigert showing the way right now. Skylar Carnes leading that second little grouping, as he's got Jalen Battle up there with him. Now, we've seen those two work together quite effectively in the past, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in the closing laps. And it's just checking back through the field. So Gene Duda has put it on the hauler for tonight. Charles Robertson is out. Clarence Prince is out. Johnny Castle has been in the pit for about the last lap and a half. Looks like something happened with him, and he immediately towed before the caution came out. As checking in with our defending series champion, Marcus Hagman, he is mired back in that second group. Little 5-car tango going on back there, as he has the 5 of Steven Sear for help. The 00 of Austin Cook and the 18 of Brian Chu there as well. Oh. Oh no.
As my CPU has fun loading the physics of all of those cars. So we will see if there's a replay that I can show and try not to...
That looks like it started with Damian Mulvey in the 51 getting put in the middle in a 3-wide situation. And the 37 on his outside hooks him. And then everybody's scattering to try to avoid the spinning 51, as both right side suspension pieces completely ripped off of the Irishman's car.
Yeah, he had to jump to pits, didn't he? Well, That's not going to be the longest tow. That's the good news. The bad news is that 51 car hasn't exactly been clean throughout the race. I mean, he's been involved in everyone else's incidents pretty much every time.
I think he's already burned his both of his fast repairs, so
Wouldn't surprise me.
that might put him out.
As literally only Villarreal, Weggett, and Araldson choosing to come in for fuel, and now Peyton Hubbard as well. So fuel is currently not the popular option.
Well, I mean, the good news is Villarreal, Araldson, Weigert, and Hubbard absolutely know that they can make it to the stage caution from here.
Yeah.
Skylar Carnes, James Bowles, Jalen Battle, Isaac Wilson, Colin Forrester running out your current top 5 as they sit. It's still up in the air whether or not they can make it from here. It all depends on how much fuel they can save under this caution.
Yeah. For some of those who have been leading a few laps, I would probably go on the side of no, unfortunately.
And you would be probably correct, considering that we generally refer to whoever's leading in a fuel mileage race as the fuel pig, because you're the one that has your foot through the floorboard and punching the hole in the air for everybody else behind you to run at 90%, 80% throttle.
Yeah, exactly. And out of this top group, in the top 12 at least, the best situation currently for fuel goes to Isaac Wilson, who should be able to make it. I mean, he hasn't been leading the trains, and he's it would only take him 31 laps of fuel to get from where he stopped to the stage caution. So he's doing well. Then it would be Brian Chu, also pitted lap 99. Then Villarreal is only in 14th after pitting this time round, as Weggett is going to line up directly behind him. So there's still a few cars who can definitely make it, but I think the rest of them either hoping for some nice fuel saving or hoping for another caution.
I know I'm definitely not looking for another caution.
Oh, I agree.
I'm not even looking for the stage caution, to be honest with you. As the lights do go out on the Ford Mustang GT500 pace car, the official pace car of iRacing, always has been, always will be. Skylar Carnes going to have the button as he's got James Bowles to his outside, Jalen Battle, Isaac Wilson, Colin Forrester, Lance Hill, Jeff Weimer, Brian Treadwell, Curtis Kelly, and Rhea Ferris rounding out your top 10 as they currently sit. As we are going to get a restart with about 17 to go for the stage caution. Carnes having the button as the field works its way through the 3-4 complex. Thank you so much for making us part of your afternoon. You're watching the iSNF Cup Series Season 4 opener here at Daytona. Jason Sawford on the 1s and 2s in the production tuck. Tony Trapasso up here in the announce booth. As the field comes off of turn number 4, pace car getting ready to make that hard left turn. There it goes, dropping down below the mustard line. Carnes has control of the field, gets into the Geico restart zone, waits on it, and finally jumps on the loud pedal. Jalen Battle going with him. Battle timed that restart almost perfect.
Yeah, but we talked about one car getting a jump. I think we're going to find out what happens when 2 cars get a jump. If Colin Forrester chooses to go to the outside, which he does, and people follow him, it's not quite blocked off. Oh, there's going to be another caution. The 4's round.
Of course.
And Ooh, someone not having a fun time with their suspension. Who was it?
Robert Rowe was one of the cars that got involved in that one.
I think it was Chris V.
Oh. Okay, so the 99 goes up, tags the wall. The 7 jumps down to try to avoid him. Emily Urias is there. She gets collected in that. So they kind of started with Mike Iskandar. As Mike was trying to stay off the 5 coming into the transition on the backstretch, the 7 jumped down and gets into the 4 to try to avoid the slowing 99 of Iskandar, and it's a basic physics lesson, folks. 2 solid objects cannot occupy the same moment of the space-time continuum. So you lead to a crash.
I think the number 7 was expecting Iskandar to pop off the wall, which unfortunately
understandable.
didn't do. So that looks like quite a weird one when you ignore Iskandar, but yeah. And I'd once again like to apologise for the blinking cars. It's I figured out exactly what the issue is. So it's when there's
Your roommate downloading porn again?
no, it's completely CPU bound. When there's many cars changing speed, the CPU wants to struggle with rendering all of the physics. So
Okay.
the main remedy that I've chosen is to view less cars. But when everyone's scattering for a caution, or when you've got loads of people in the pits and some people still out, still catching, causes the blinking.
Well, Jason, what do you say we step away, pay a couple of bills, and catch our own breaths as they're still under caution?
Yeah, absolutely can do. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Drivers that took time, all of them within 3.5 tenths of each other tonight is going to be a very closely competitive race.
As the field worked its way out of the 3-4 complex, the only thing that's left to say is wipe the visor, adjust the 5-point safety harness, because race fans, it's showtime!
Amazing looking cars already. Green flag will fly.
Oh, they're wrecking! Well, one thing that you're going to see at this track that we haven't seen the last few weeks is a surface that's multi-group. I think this is the first multi-group surface we're going to have.
After an amazing race at Daytona, we now come to the left coast and Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California for the second round of the Way She Goes Racing League Cup Series.
We are back in just in time for the restart, and hey, the blinking has stopped as the pace car comes into the pits, and we are in the restart zone. Skylar Khan's getting away. It's like a little gap forming there, but not too much. He shouldn't be in too much trouble from Colin Forrester. Gives him a nice little push coming into turn 1.
Forrester boxed in by the 24 of Jalen Battle on the top shelf. As right now, Skylar Kern's continuing to show the way. Forrester, though, shoving the daylights out of him. Here comes Battle back on the top side as he's got the 6 of Isaac Wilson in tow.
As we are going to have to go back to your favourite scheduled radio broadcast, I'm just going to do it cheeky.
And we're 3 wide towards the mid-pack as the 45 of Curtis Kelly looking to come up through the middle. Shoves the 48 out of line. As Jalen Battle goes to the extreme top shelf, trying to get some clean air to the radiator of the 24. We are 3 wide, as that is the 6 of Wilson shoving it up through the middle. Finally gets to the low side. And I've got to wonder if some of these drivers are running on game pads instead of wheels and pedals. Simply because of some of the movement that we're seeing, it's indicative to using a game pad as opposed to a wheel and pedal set. As Carnes now gets to the back bumper of the 48 of Brian Treadwell in front of him. Second lane trying to form up. And Skylar Carnes brushes the wall going into 1. Missed the turn in. Kind of stacking him up behind him ever so slightly. As at the front of this piece, Forrester, Hill, Kelly, Treadwell, Wilson. As the 6 of Wilson gets shuffled out. And, oh, hang on to her. James Bowles in the 2 going for a ride down the backstretch. As I'm going to go back and take a look at what did happen there. And it looks like a bump draft gone wrong. Yes, it absolutely was. The whole pushing the pusher deal as the 6 gets into the back end of the 2. Nice. Does loop it, but doesn't hit anything. And we stay green, but Bowles is definitely hemorrhaging time right now. Meanwhile, back up at the front, as Colin Forrester continues to show the way, and we are back under caution. Okay. Looks like something happened with Steven Sear. So let's take a look at what did happen here. Oh, my goodness. Everybody doing a great job. Oh, they were doing a great job. Ryan Chu catches a piece of the 25 as well. But what actually started that whole melee was the 20 coming through the tri-oval. 20 catches the apron as the 10 was trying to pinch down. And unfortunately, the 20 got shot up the track. And what started as netcode finished as actual incident.
It's never ideal.
5 getting caught up in that one as well. Brian Chu gets into the 17, starts to come back up on track, gets turned again by the 10, and the 25 absolutely nowhere to go, just blasts Chu again. So that was definitely ugly with a capital UG.
Yeah, sounded like it. Pictures are back. As noticing the timing of this caution, we are going to have probably a 5-lap shootout for the stage, maybe even less if we get a earlier caution.
Hashtag not wrong. So Colin Forrester, Lance Hill, Curtis Kelly, Jonas Skoglund, Brian Treadwell, Isaac Wilson, Skylar Carnes, Jalen Battle, Alex Weigert, Maria Ferris, your top 10 as they currently sit. Only a handful of drivers bringing it down pit side to get some service done. Just about everybody that was involved in that melee that we just saw, or I just saw, in coming down for some service.
So as they sit under the caution, our top 10 is Forrester, Hill, Kelly, Skoglund, Treadwell, Wilson, Carnes, Battle, Weggett, and Rhea Ferris. That unfortunately means that I don't think I missed any rounds of pit stops, actually.
You did not. The biggest benefactor for that that whole melee is going to be the 2 of James Bowles, as he had spun it through the infield, not bringing out the caution, and then half a lap later, they do bring out the caution with that incident on the front chute, just past the flag stand. So, you know, the 2 got lucky there, dodged that bullet, proverbial bullet, as we say. As the lights do go out on the Ford Mustang GT 500 pace car, Colin Forrester going to have the button on the low lane. The 79 of Lance Hill, up 24 from where he started, currently sitting in second place. First car on the outside lane. He does have some strong help with Jonas Skoglund up there with him, as Curtis Kelly is going to be restarting on the inside, right behind Colin Forrester. So we are going to have about 5 laps to get this one sorted out. It's restarting on lap 125 here. And we are going to see the stage caution come out at the end of lap 29, starting lap 130. As the field works its way off of turn number 4. Pace car getting ready to make that hard left turn onto pit road. There it goes, and here we go. As Forrester rolls into it, that's going to let Kelly go with him. The 79 of Hill getting almost too big of a jump on the 41 of Skoglund. Skoglund immediately goes to the low side.
We've seen a decent amount of that, just bailing out of the lane you're in because you reckon that the other lane's going to do a better job, and that was a very good decision from Skoglund by the looks of things. Maybe he could benefit with going back up if there's space, as I bet someone's going to try that. Likes of Curtis Kelly probably going to wait a little bit longer maybe and then try and get up, just to try and get past the 1 of Colin Forrester, as we are closing in on that lap 130 stage caution. But that top lane really isn't doing very much.
It isn't, because they're not as organized as they could be or should be to try to make something happen. The 6 of Isaac Wilson has got to get to the back bumper of the 79 of Hill.
Yeah.
And I can understand it. They're both rookies. They're not that confident in each other yet, so they're not really pushing the envelope. but Colin Forrester and Curtis Kelly glued together at the hip right now.
Skylar Carnes
As-
moves up to just sort of try and make something work, but still Isaac Wilson not quite doing as much as he could be, and Jalen Battle coming up now, so see that top lane perhaps starting to make a bit of progress with Carnes and Battle up at the front of it, and potentially
3 laps
someone
to
on the
go.
inside lane going to try and pick it up, as you said, 3 laps until stage 2 completion.
Well, from what I've seen here tonight, those 3 cars that are leading that top shelf are very strong working together, and now they've got a 4th driver with them,
Harrelson.
and that is Alex Harrelson. And don't look now, but do my eyes deceive me, or is that a Bass Pro Shops Tracker Boats Chevy Camaro in the top line with the number 44 right behind him?
That is indeed, as top lane finally getting their act together slightly, but is it going to be a bit too late here? There's actually a bit of a breakaway up at the front with the bottom lane getting a bit out of sync with each other, I'd say, and the top 3 got a little bit of a gap, but that may not help them.
Well, the one thing we've seen time and time again at the plate tracks, especially with the latest aero model that iRacing has rolled out for all the cars, if you get a group of 3 running stem to stern and they're not necessarily touching, but they're working very well together, 3 cars can be the fastest grouping on track. As that's a Waffle House situation. They're scattered, smothered, and covered going through 1 and 2. All of it right behind the 12 of Rhea Ferris, who currently rounds out your top 5. As here we go, big swing time for Alex Weigert, trying to make something happen, as Forrester and Kelly are just glued bumper to bumper right now. Is now Jalen Battle leading the top shelf, as he's got Villarreal with him. As we come to the green and white checkers one more time, coming across the stripe.
There you go.
Forrester going to get the point. Kelly, Skoglund, Weigert, Battle, Ferris, Villarreal, Carnes, Wilson, and Treadwell rounding out your points gatherers for stage number 2.
I'd say I went on board with Brian Treadwell for a bit there, because it looked like he may have been able to do something catching that top 3 and maybe pulling up to the top lane with a bit of a slingshot, and I think someone needs to tell him that this car has a 5th gear. He's definitely used to the Gen 6 cars.
Oh, he wasn't in high gear?
He was in 4th. I think he's been in 4th the entire time, to be honest.
Wait, who?
Treadwell.
No.
Yeah, he's in 4th. Just checking pretty much everyone else in 5th gear, and Rhea Ferris sitting in 4th at the moment, but obviously under caution
You can get away with that.
Yeah, but Treadwell was sitting at 9,500 revs in 4th. Engine screaming.
Let's see, where is Brian? Let me find him. And I should go have a talk with the young man. He is not in the server, the Discord server.
Fortunately, then you cannot give driving advice out during the race if he's not there. But maybe that's just another thing that that some of these drivers have to think about, because they're they may be so used to the now older generation that
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know. Is a big change like that going to be lost on someone?
could be.
Yeah, I guess. As maybe a change that would definitely be lost on people is the taking away of the lap lead point.
Yeah, that's going to
Because
hurt because there were a lot of guys that's how they
yeah,
made all their bonus points. But the good news is, with them doing stage points now, you don't really need those other bonus points.
no, but one thing we are still keeping bonus point for is having a clean race, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think many people are going to be getting here, if any.
Well, unfortunately, my admin rights got taken away, so I kind of can't tell anymore
Yeah,
as to whether or not, um, someone is or isn't. Anywho,
but the lack of a lap lead point makes me wonder why you would stay out on a stage caution. Because especially now, it's still not the point where track position is king. Because we've still got 70 plus laps to go. Well, just less than 70. Sorry.
I mean, we're still looking at least one more pit stop to get you
Yeah.
home.
So if you pit now, then you're more likely to be able to go that 34 or so laps needed to get that money stop in one. Whereas the guys who don't pit now are going to have to pit at least twice, guaranteed.
Well, everybody else that didn't come in pit side this time, Curtis Kelly was last down on lap 95. Alex Weigert, Francisco Villarreal, Marcus Hagman, Casey Tomlinson, Steven Sear all came down on lap 115. Austin Cook, Taylor Butcher Benjamin, Brian Chu all came down on lap 122. So I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what some of these drivers are thinking tonight. I mean, at least come down for fuel.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but if you've got the likes of Francisco Villarreal, Marcus Hagman, and Austin Cook thinking against us, maybe they know something we don't, as the pace car pulls into the pit lane, and Curtis Kelly also got the memo as he waits the entire restart zone to start going, but that bottom lane looking pretty disorganised already, I have to say.
Weigert and Hagman both dropping down to get in line. Curtis Kelly's Toyota leading a sea of Chevys right behind him. And here comes the 22 of Taylor Butcher Benjamin, the first Ford in line, currently back in sixth. Meeting the sandwich right now as he goes around Curtis Kelly. Steven Sear and Brian Chu back up into the mix as well. Some of these guys getting a little squirrely again, coming off of four. Current wind gust was 15 miles an hour as they were coming out of four. That's definitely not good. But something that is good, take a look who did have fast repair in his pocket. The 51 of Damian Mulvey back into the top 10.
Wow. I have to say, from how many times he's been collected, that is a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Oh, very much so. And at first I kind of cringed when Rhea told us that she was giving these guys 2 quick repairs tonight. Now, we also could possibly see overtime, as we have 3 attempts at a green-white checker finish available. Hopefully we're not going to need them. As right now, Francisco Villarreal, Alex Weigert, Marcus Hagman have a little bit of a gap over the 00 of Austin Cook, who is leading the peloton right now.
Yeah, and looking at the timing, it's taken us 2.5 hours to get to that point. We would have time for overtime if we got there at this rate, so again, hoping we don't need it, but should we need it, we can have it. As that peloton group is now caught up with the breakaway. Unfortunately, you cannot do a Tour de France style run away for most of the race and get caught at the end.
Well, it's because you can't hold on to the mirror of your team's van while they're passing you a water bottle. I went there. Go ahead, get your hate mail coming now, folks.
Well, they have to say it would be funny to see that at 200 miles an hour.
Anyways, Francisco Villarreal and Alex Weigert showing the way right now. Defending series champion Marcus Hagman, as he is now driving the number 3 left the 5 team, as he now has his rearview mirrors filled with that 00 of Austin Cook.
Yep, and heading this top lane, who admittedly once again needs to get a bit more organised to make much ground, is currently the pride of the British Isles in this series, Damien Mulvey.
Mulvey trying to make something happen right now. He's got to get more help from John Hopley, as Hopley right now is getting a good shove from James Bowles in the 2. Unfortunately, though, Hopley not really pushing on Mulvey like he could or should, as we are now 3 wide.
Why did you do that? Okay, just about getting it sorted out as James Bowles decides the outside lane is not for him.
And they're still 3 wide.
Okay.
One of Forrester getting aggressive.
Yep. We've got a bit of a new contingent on that outside lane, forming up with Taylor Butcher-Benjamin at the head of the pack, and James Bowles making some nice moves. He was the one that was 3 wide just a lap ago, and now very much being helpful to Taylor BB to put him to the front of this piece on that outside lane and leading the lap.
By about half a car at the stripe, and almost 192 going into turn number 1. These guys are flat getting it right now, as those 2 Team Penske Racing Ford Mustangs showing the way at the front of this field. Mulvey trying to make something happen in the 51 on the top shelf again. Not able to really... And just as I say that, he does have the shove. Colin Forrester pushing the daylights out of him. He's got Skylar Carnes up there with him. Mulvey going to lead the first laps this season for the Irishman. Now the 1 drops down. That's going to open the door for Carnes to get to the back bumper of Mulvey. 2 of the older guard here in the iSNF Cup Series.
Very squiggly for one of the cars in line up at the top. 19 of John Hopley getting Getting a bit loose coming off the
Just-
transition.
Just ever so slightly loose. Does have his teammate Brian Chu glued to his back bumper, though. Trying to make something happen right now. Is Mulvey going to lead another one? As Skylar Carnes pushing the daylights out of the Irishman. The Irishman now drops down. That's going to hand the lead of the top shelf over to Skylar Carnes. And Carnes has got to wait for the 19 to get to him. Carnes trying to use the side draft right now. Mulvey leading the way on the low side. He's got the one of Forrester glued to his back bumper. Skylar Carnes leading the top lane, but does not have a ton of help from John Hopley right now. This is something we've seen out of Hopley time and time again. He's not comfortable laying a bumper to somebody.
Yeah, that's fair enough, to be honest. I'm not entirely comfortable with it. I mean...
Dude, I bump draft in Indy cars. So.
Yeah, well, you're completely opposite side of the spectrum then, but you can just see how wiggly these cars are getting, how loose they are with the bottoming out, and I have to say that would scare me away from being right on the back of someone, because I don't want to risk accidentally turning them.
And I can understand that and I can respect that, but when you're in, you're past the halfway mark of the Daytona 500, if you want to have any shot at this, you've got to work with people. And, if you're given the opportunity, just give them you don't have to just stay on them, but that's something that everybody needs to, a skill set you need in your back pocket is, to be able to know how to, give somebody a shove to push them to the front of this field.
Yeah, definitely. I guess that's what happens when you have potentially differing levels of confidence, maybe differing levels of experience, even.
Yeah.
In the field, and that's what we have, and it's actually kind of nice to see these different levels together and competing with each other as we are quickly approaching the 3/4 mark on the race. They look like they're 3 wide there now.
Car.
Yep.
Skylar Carnes got shuffled out, and everybody doing a great job to get by him as Brian Chu almost gets into the 22 of Taylor Butcher Benjamin. But right now, throw a blanket over your top 12. Is Curtis Kelly going to be the first one to blank to come pit side? That's going to open up a little bit of a gap back to Alex Eraldson as he is leading that second group. Right now, this front pack just picking them up and laying them down. As we've got 3 distinct groups starting to form, Jason.
Yeah, definitely. We've got the top 12 just sitting there minding their own business. Then about a second back, you can just about see them with a wider shot peeking into view. We've got 13th through 20th in another pack headed by Alex Araldson, and then 21st down through to 27th. There's another little group, as I kind of forgot about the whole hits strategy thing, as we're going to have a few more of these guys that are wanting to come down pit road fairly sharpish, Villarreal being one of them. He's sort of dropping to the back of this group. John Hopley as well, Weggett, Hagman, all are going to be wanting to come pit side fairly soon.
Well, the last time they were down was about 32 laps ago. Villarreal, Weigert and company were last down on lap 115. Mulvey, Chu, Bowles, Benjamin, Carnes, and Forrester were all down on lap 131. So they can stay out a little bit longer.
Well, this does bring me to a point that we've seen a lot of great teamwork and team coordination here so far today. I've seen countless times where you've had a very well executed move on track, and it seems like strategies are pretty cohesive within their little blocks as well.
Steven Sears slowing down on the apron right now as the field flashes by him, not wanting to chanter his hang on to her. '99 gets down and out of the way. This front group has gotten a little bit more organized, as now they are just cranking off laps. Mulvey, though, doing a little bit of the Indy snake coming through the tri-oval, trying to break the draft of Brian Chu. I don't know how wise of an idea that is right now.
I mean, you don't really need to be honest. Especially if he's potentially going for a bump, you don't want to be snaking when someone's about to go for a bump. As Brian Chu's had enough, goes up to the outside lane and is going to try and take control of this one from the front. But I have noticed Curtis Kelly is back in this group, albeit a lap down. But he has the fuel.
He does add that, as now we're 3 wide for the lead.
Oh boy.
Brian Chu got shuffled out, and he is now back with the 2 Toyotas with him on the top shelf. That's the 45 of Kelly and the 19 of Hopley right there with Chu. The only other Toyota in this front mess is the 45.
I think these guys who are a lap down but in this pack aren't going to be doing too badly if we see some more green flag pit stops here. Because time spent in the pit lane looks to be somewhere on the order of 35 to 43 seconds, depending on what you get done. And with a lap time being running high 47s at the moment.
Yeah, that's definitely something you got to be mindful of.
Yeah, they could actually be around quicker than they can get a stop done.
Well, they're cranking into turn number 3 at 191 miles an hour on average. So, I mean, you're going to have people going with you, and everybody's going to have to be on the same type of pit strategy, whether it be fuel only, 2 tires, 4 tires, whatever you do, you've got to have the numbers when you come off the pit road.
Yeah. And that's where your inter-team and even maybe intra-team communication is key. Because you need to know what everyone's doing, and whatever they're doing, they've got to be getting it done soon. From what I can see, John Hopley's last been down on lap 115. I don't know if he's some sort of fuel-saving master or not, but I thought that car would have been completely dead fuel-wise 10 laps ago.
Well, he's getting hung out to dry in that top side. And as Skylar Carnes flashes around, it looks like Hopley might be in fuel save mode. Not really pushing the envelope with that 19 ride. But yeah, everybody in front of him was last down on lap 22 or later. Most of them were last down on lap 131 under the stage caution. Right now, though, the top shelf being led by Taylor Butcher Benjamin in the double deuce, as he has Damian Mulvey and his teammate James Bowles up there with him. So 4 Fords now in the top side. As Isaac Wilson has joined the battle.
Yeah, I think we've discovered John Hopley's niche here, because I've noticed he's only been down pit side 3 times. From what I'm seeing.
I've got him down 6.
Okay, well, I did restart a couple times, so makes sense why that would be a bit wrong, but he still appears to be.
As a matter of fact, the only one that hasn't been down 6 times that's still running is Colin Forrester in the 1. He's only been down 5 times. Everybody else 6 or more trips down pit road.
Colin Forrester's been leading a decent amount of this. How? Well,
he's only 25 laps into the current fuel run that he's on.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely fine for this one, but by the looks of things, if you're going full John Hopley, Francisco Villarreal, Marcus Hagman, or Alex Weggett moment, it's sort of nearly you can make it from here, weirdly enough.
Almost.
Because the longest runners have gone 42 laps on their current fuel run. Granted, we've had a few cautions in that time, but that's probably just what they're holding out for. They want to hold out to have the option to make it if they should need to. And that is extremely well timed. Yellow flag. I'm not exactly sure what for. It's still not coming up for me. Maybe Lance Hill going a bit slowly?
Something's wrong with Steven Sear.
Yep, he is going
Oh!
rather slowly. I jump to the yellow flag point and I see a car pointing 45 degrees off of 2.
Yeah, that's the 5 of Sear. He got into it with his Hendrick Motorsports teammate of the 48 of Brian Treadwell, coming off a 2.
Yeah, seems to be the classic for today, getting it loose off of the transition at 2.
Okay, it was Treadwell that got into the 5.
Yeah, and that is impressive that he's managed to get that one back.
Yeah, the only thing is he's completely annihilated the right front suspension on the 5.
Yeah, just going to keep an eye on him, see if he burns out a fast repair, hoping that he has one left.
He's going to have to.
Yeah. Well, he's not gone yet.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know that he has one left.
That's a good possibility. This is his 6th trip down pit road. But wholesale pit stops for the rest of the field is, I don't think anybody's staying out right now, except for Curtis Kelly, who just got the pre-pass position.
Yep, so that may end up working out decently for him, as Colin Forrester winning the main battle off pit road taking 2, as does Skylar Carnes, taking 4 in fuel. Mulvey, Butcher Benjamin, Wilson, Villarreal, Tuballs, Weggett, Battle Row, Araldson, Hopley, Hubbard taking 2, then Austin Cook, JB Bannett taking 4, AJ Green taking 2, Eugene Thorne, Jonas Skoglund, Emily Urias, Maria Ferris, Brostrom taking 4, Hagman still in the pits, probably doing a little bit of damage repair, as did Wyckoff, as is Treadwell, and Curtis Kelly coming down just to top it off with a bit more fuel after taking that free pass.
All right, then. It's time for good news, bad news. Good news. Well, the bad news is you probably can't make it from here. Not without a lot of help. So we're probably yet to see the actual money stop happen. I'm not sure I agree with the whole taking 2 at this juncture. I would have taken 2 on the money stop.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I have absolutely no idea about tyre strategy of the Super Speedway, so...
Well, you
I will
don't
leave that
have
one
a ton of
completely
tire
up to
wear
you.
here normally.
No, I didn't think you would.
Steven Sear checking in the live chat saying the 5 is done.
Yeah, unfortunately we gathered, but thanks for checking in, and very unfortunate for you.
We are going to reach out to the driver of the HendrickCards.com number 5. Steven, unfortunately, looks like your race might be over, but talk us through how it was going right up until that point.
Sorry, I had a push to talk on. Yeah, it's been an up and down day. I get up towards the top 10 and then get shuffled back with pits, and been caught up in a few wrecks. Got wrecked twice there, pretty close to each other at the end. But yeah, tough day. I was hoping for a better race, at least finish it out, see the end, but wasn't our day.
All right, Steven Sear, rough one, so we will definitely see you next week, though. Best of luck to you then.
Thank you very much, Tony. We'll see you next week.
You could just hear the dejection in that man's voice as he was talking us through how his race was going.
Understandable.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you look forward to these races, you know, for a couple of weeks. You want to get your season going, and you want to start off on a strong foot, and just get caught up in other people's dumpster fires all race long. It can get infuriating. Right now, Colin Forrester showing the way on the low side as he's got the Irishman Damian Mulvey in tow. Skylar Carnes leading the top shelf charge as he's got Taylor Butcher Benjamin glued to his back bumper right now. Francisco Villarreal on the top side as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty good restart for that bottom lane. They didn't get the jump too much, and outside lane probably could have been a bit more organised, so went pretty well for the bottom lane so far, but it's looking like a strong top lane at the moment. Skylar Carnes heading it with Taylor Butcher Benjamin right behind and Francisco Villarreal, so that is a trio of cars that you wouldn't want to see there if you were in the bottom lane.
Well, if you take a look at who else is in that top side, you've got the 2 of James Bowles and the 24 of Jalen Battle up there as well. Oy. That's getting a little bit chippy. As Carnes, Butcher Benjamin, and Villarreal all drop down in front of the 1 of Colin Forrester. As here comes the 22 to the top shelf again.
Lovely little push from Colin Forrester to get the 22 clear if he wants it, but he's going to try and bring the 1 with him by the looks of things, maybe trying to bring the 2 down with him as well.
There you go. 2 goes to the inside of the 1 of Forrester. Those 2 Team Penske Racing Ford Mustangs on the low side, just mired in a sea of Chevys. Matter of fact, only 3 Fords in the top 10 right now. Mulvey's 51 being the third of which. You can see him mired back there, that purple with the...
Oh dear. Oh, that was a disappearance. Someone's got a DQ.
Mulvey just got the Dairy Queen award.
No, he was doing so well. Right, give me a chopper cam on that one. Let's take a look. I'll do a little rewind here. Focus in on the 25 of Eugene Thorne. Go with our slow motion footage. 25 getting up a little bit into the 7 by the looks of things, very, very marginal. And unfortunately
25 pushed it 3 wide is the problem that we ran into.
Coming down into the 6, into the 51. 51 disappearing because he got the DQ. 6 probably hard into the inside wall. The 20 having to do some avoiding action. That may not be the first DQ of the night, but it was definitely the first one we've seen.
Right. We saw that in real time.
Yeah. Did Isaac Wilson hit anything? No, he got put nicely onto the bus stop, and there was a little bit of avoiding having to go on behind him as well, by the looks of things.
And unfortunately, with as caution-filled as this race has become, I don't honestly think we're done seeing Dairy Queen awards handed out.
Yeah, I would have to agree. As we have a decent chunk of cars coming into the pits. I'd say about 2/3 of the field deciding it's a good time to come into the pits, and it's definitely you can make it from here territory.
As long as we don't go into overtime.
Yeah, very true. From what we've seen, if you're consistently running behind people and not what do you call it, the fuel pig up at the top?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing that does have me a little puzzled. Just outside the window of you can definitely make it, Taylor Butcher Benjamin, Francisco Villarreal, Brian Chu, Alex Weigert, John Hopley, Giannis Skoglund, Austin Cook, and Rhea Ferris, Marcus Hagman, and Bob Wyckoff all were down on lap 158. I would have at least come in just this time to top off the fuel tank. You know, just pack it full of fuel, make sure I can make it from here if we stay green.
Those are some experienced names, so personally I'm going to say for myself I'm not going to be one to question them, as I don't tend to drive these cars. I unfortunately don't actually have the proper overlay rating to.
You don't have the what?
The safety rating, or rather not I rating.
All you need is the C to run the NIS.
Yeah, true actually. I'll claim timings European, whatever.
So your top 10 all stayed out. It's Taylor Butcher Benjamin, Francisco Villarreal, Brian Chu, Alex Weigert, John Hopley, Leona Skoglund, Austin Cook, Rhea Ferris, Marcus Hagman, and Bob Wyckoff all stayed out. Jalen Battle and everybody back from him came in to top off with at least fuel, with a couple of them taking 4 tires, that including Colin Forrester. Colin Forrester took 4, JB Banner took 2, Skylar Carnes took 4, Robert Rowe took 4, Isaac Wilson took 4. As the lights do go out on the Ford Mustang GT 500 pace car, that Ford Mustang GT of Taylor Butcher Benjamin, going to lead us back to green this time, and he has a very hungry Francisco Villarreal on the top shelf. Villarreal making his return full-time to the league, at least to start the season, and then he's going to play it by ear depending on how the season is going after the first handful of races as to whether or not he continues or decides to do NASCAR Road to Pro again. As the field comes off of turn number 4, TBB is going to have the button as pace car is off. Into the Geico restart zone they go. And we are back underway as Chu giving some pressure to Francisco Villarreal. As Alex Weigert pushing the daylights out of Francisco Villarreal on the top side right now. Brian Chu has just gotten to the back bumper of the 22 of Butcher Benjamin. And Villarreal to the point. Weigert with a nose out in front of Butcher Benjamin now as they haul it down the super stretch and into turn number 3 already at 190 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, as we've seen time and time again this race, great launch from the top side. They're going to be looking to continue their charge, obviously Villarreal and Weigert up at the front now, but Taylor Butcher Benjamin looking to get back at them, switching up to that top lane. As maybe not quite getting the help he needs at the moment. There's a bit of a gap just behind Skoglund, I believe. And oh, that's not going to help either, as the 19 is now no longer in this race. That's another DQ.
And another one rides the bus.
Yep, that is one way of saying it, and it looks like our bot friend is anti-Russian. Fair enough.
You saw that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that started with the 19 going up into the 22, and snap, see ya, bye.
Let's focus on the 22 so that my camera doesn't suddenly disappear. Actually, no, let's take a bit of a different approach to this. How about an onboard from Marcus Hagman?
Sounds like a grand idea.
Well, that shows it fairly fairly succinctly. I think maybe moving a bit into each other from the onboard perspective, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you can't put it all on the 19. You know, the 19 was coming up just a little bit. 22 was pinching down.
Yeah.
It's one of them deals.
I personally don't think it was a good time for either of them to be pinching towards each other, but hey, that's how it goes.
Well, that's the thing. When you pinch down, you put in a lot of trust in netcode. And
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Jason, but that's the last thing I want to put my faith in.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as looking at that contact, they were looking like they were inside each other a bit, so we can tell
Yeah,
the
but it
netcode
looks
had
like
a
the
little bit to
19
play
went
at
up
least.
more than the 22 came down.
Yeah. It could well be you would expect the car to just sort of stay hooked to that yellow line, but again, it's the thing of one goes up, the other comes down.
Your basic physics.
Yeah. Quote Isaac Newton 17 something.
17 something. Okay.
In the year. I don't know.
So, staying out, Francisco Villarreal, Alex Weigert, Brian Chu, Jonas Skoglund, Marcus Hagman, Austin Cook, Bob Wyckoff, Rhea Ferris, Alex Eraldson, the first one that had come down on lap 165, and Jalen Battle rounding out your top 10 as we currently sit. The field very unorganized right now. And I'm not sure why.
I mean, Villarreal is perfectly in place. There's gaps behind him pretty much everywhere. I mean...
Well, they're going to have to get those gaps sorted out quickly because the lights have gone out on the pace car.
Hopefully this doesn't cause any issues for anyone. They're trying to find their places. The 41 just sort of had to split the gap between a couple of cars, and I've noticed something about our top 10. And that there is a lot of blue and white, not blue and white, sorry, blue and yellow flags occupying these spots. The Swedes have come back at the start of Season 4 with a vengeance. They would like to get some good results.
Well, I mean, you know, we usually jokingly refer to Marcus Hagman as the world's fastest Swede. Tonight, not so much.
Alex Weggett's been showing the way a bit. I think he's technically classified as a rookie as well, looking
yes, full-time rookie.
Looking on the intro as his first full-time season.
Correct. So...
And it's good to see that some of these guys have got full-time seasons, as they come in part-time or as subs for someone and just immediately gone to the front of the grid and managed to impress nearly everyone. So good to see them racing full-time, as pace car's going to come down pit road fairly soon.
Pace car does have the lights out. There it goes, peeling below the mustard line. That's going to let Francisco Villarreal have the button one more time. Green flag comes back out. Villarreal jumps on the loud pedal. Brian Chu getting a little bit better restart than he did last time, is now Weigert getting a run on the top shelf as he's got countryman Jonas Skoglund up there with him. So a Texan leading three Swedes in the top line right now, as Florida native Brian Chu leading the bottom side. And just as I say that, crap.
Where did this one come from?
Adam Duff.
Mike Iskendar's going slowly, and yep, that is Duff and the 42 of Casey Tomlinson.
And the 25 getting another Dairy Queen award.
Who's the 25 nowadays? Eugene Thorne.
Yep, he was subbing for Hermie Sadler today.
I see. I thought I saw that Virginia for Lovers car with not Hermie in it.
So Casey Tomlinson and the 16 getting into each other.
Interesting. Oh, that's really unfortunate for the 25 looking at it, actually.
Yeah, unfortunately is right. As looks like the 16 was trying to come up, didn't realize he was in a 3-wide situation until he was. 25 gets penned in and unfortunately just backhands the 42. As the 16 and the 42 both cheese grated themselves on the turn 3 wall.
Yeah. As we have got to that point in the race where ticker has changed from laps completed to laps to go. We are on 26 to go currently.
Working lap 175 of 200 here from Daytona. You're watching the iSNF season opener for season 4. Tony Trapassi, Jason Salford up in the booth with you for this one. Thank you so much for making us a part of your afternoon here on a lovely Sunday afternoon. If you like what you're seeing, go ahead and give this video a thumbs up. Let us know that you appreciate it. The more videos a thumbs up the more thumbs up a video gets, the more likely it is to be shared with the YouTube algorithm when somebody logs into their homepage and says, "Hey, you might like seeing this." So thank you so much for making us a part of your deal. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and turn on bell notifications, as I do need to thank everybody that's participated so far. We have just climbed past the magical 2,500 subscriber mark. Thank you so much for making that happen.
That is great to hear. Thank you, everyone. We've been seeing some pretty good viewership throughout this race as well. It's been a long race, but even with the issues that we've been seeing, we rarely dropped past 15 concurrent viewers, and most of the time it's been up around the 22-23 mark. So thank you everyone for sticking out here and watching, and I think that that is great testament to the racing that we see in this league.
It absolutely is. You know, this league does put on some pretty good shows. Right now, everybody's kind of getting a little bit fatigued, as you know, these full-length races really do wear on you, especially considering I believe about half the field tonight has already participated, much like yourself, in at least one of the runnings of the 24 Hours of Spa this weekend. And I know the entire Swedish contingent was there, so that's a lot to ask of a driver. You know, we always hear about on Memorial Weekend somebody doing the double with running the Indy 500 and the Coke 600. You know, they did all 1,100 miles. No, there's only been one guy that's ever done all 1,100 miles, and that's Robbie Gordon. But you know, imagine running a 24-hour endurance race and then coming to run a 200 lapper at Daytona. That is dedication bordering on psychoticness.
Pretty close, but this is what we do for fun, I guess, in the sim racing community.
Again, I say this again with all due respect to all the drivers that have tried that. Next best thing to do if you want the excitement and the adrenaline rush, take a 3-pound ball peen hammer, put your palm down on a steel table, and smack it between the top two knuckles, or the middle two knuckles, on your hand, as we've already got a melee going on in the mid-pack.
We've got a melee. Isaac Wilson must have got a 1X, because he is now gone. That is another DQ with the pretty harsh DQ limit that we are seeing of 25x for the full 500, but hopefully it will work to make things a bit cleaner as we go into the final 25 laps of this race, with Villarreal leading from Hadden, from Leggett, from Chu. as the leader of that bottom pack is Scotland, I believe, for now.
Not anymore.
Now, whoa, very wild.
It is Katie bar the door as we are fast approaching 20 to go. Villarreal and Hagman, no stranger to running with each other, as they were two of the contenders back in Season 2 for that championship. Villarreal took last season off, only making a handful of races. That'll let Hagman win the championship. So your last two champions here in the iSNF Cup Series, running 1-2 right now, but here comes Eraldson on the low side with a lot of help from Jalen Battle.
Yeah, it's looking good for that low side. I wonder whether Villarreal's going to choose to block it off, or whether he's going to stay with the faithful high side with Hagman behind and Weggett in tow, Chu right behind. All four of these guys definitely vying for the win. As it's looking pretty good for the outside so far. They're keeping themselves very well organised, as I believe there's now 5 of them completely clear of Eraldson. So strength in numbers here with English. Yeah, you go.
Villarreal showing the way in that Gremlin State number 44 right now. Marcus Hagman glued to his back bumper. Alex Weigert up there as well. Brian Stew and Austin Cook leading the top shelf. The one of Forrester getting a decent shove right now from the 37 of Eraldson on the low side. The top line, though, a little bit more organized as now Chu drops down to try to make a move on Weigert on the inside. Chu with a good head of steam right now, getting a decent bit of drafting help from the one of Forrester as Chu now has the nose out front coming off of 4, and we've got cars scattering.
Yeah, it's all well and good at this point, having worked with people for the last 400 or so miles, but as soon as you get into the last 20, it is going to be elbows out here. Every man or woman for himself, maybe barring your teammates, but if it comes down to it, they're going to get feisty, as we're 3 wide here now. Chu being forced to the middle lane. They're sure trying it.
They were 4 wide for a second. There's now Hagman going to drop it to the low side on Villarreal, coming through 1 and 2. Villarreal on the top side, Hagman on the low lane. Here comes the 0 of Cook, the 00 to try to push on the 3 of Hagman. Villarreal, though, with some help from Weigert on the top shelf, still making it happen. And that is a Waffle House situation for this lead group of 16, just scattered, smothered, and covered throughout the entirety of the racing surface. We are going to be 18 to go at the line. Chu now leads the top side with Forrester. And we're under caution.
Trying to spot it.
Curtis Kelly.
Whoa. Just about not hitting whoever was down on that apron. Let's get the replay for that one. Get a little chopper cam action once again so we can see what's going on.
Goes down and then gets collected by the 7. The 7 gets a Dairy Queen award.
Oh, interesting.
And Kelly completely rips the right side off of the 45. And the left rear suspension arm is gone as well.
That was an interesting one. It was a pretty aggressive come down from the 45, but then he sort of looked to migrate up again into where the 7 was going to be. And unfortunately, as you've said before, the basic law of physics, 2 things cannot exist in the same place. at the same time, and one of them is going to go flying into the wall, or both of them. And in the end, unfortunately, they also collected another driver whose name I've already forgotten.
The 41 catching a piece of that one.
Yeah.
Oy. Well, if that's just not a giant kerfuffle.
That is quite the kerfuffle. As naturally, at this point, no one choosing to come down to the pits. They reckon they can make it, and for the entire race so far, track position hasn't been too important. It's starting to get to the point where you really want to be up at the front now. Much easier.
It would behoove you to be up there, yeah. But the field has definitely narrowed down. As let me take a quick look through here.
Yeah, we've got 21 on the lead lap.
22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 cars still rolling. Brian Treadwell, Lance Hill, and Steven Sear have all spent the last half hour on pit road.
That is quite the fatality rate, shall we say, but to have only 5 of the cars still rolling not to be on the lead lap is fairly impressive in itself. In my opinion.
6 with Johnny Castle now rolling again in that Love's number 34. As the lights do go out on the Ford Mustang GT500 pace car, Francisco Villarreal Chevy going to be starting on the inside row, having the button. Alex Weigert's Food City 43 going to be starting next to him. James Bowles and the 9 of JB Banner. This is the highest we've seen Banner all day so far. Currently sitting in third. Brian Chu and Colin Forrester, AJ Green, Marcus Hagman, Austin Cook, and Jalen Battle rounding out your top 10 as they currently sit. And I dare say Banner has the tire advantage right now, as he pit at least 10 laps after everyone else did.
But did he take any on that pit? Because his pit stop time was a 9.02, so I'm not sure that he would have done.
Took 2.
Oh, fair enough. Get back underway here once again. Francisco Villarreal surprisingly wastes no time at all. As he's going to look to pick up that top lane with Alex Weggett in it. As the number 2 of James Bowles coming down to pick up the inside lane. They're 3 wide here as Colin Forrester's trying to make a move down the middle of all of them. There's 15 to go, not 1 to go, and there it goes. And that is quite big. That is very big.
Yeah.
Well, it looked good for one corner.
No, it didn't. It was all hell breaking loose at the flipping turn 1.
There we go.
So the 2 drops down, and the 1 goes immediately to the second lane, coming through the tri-oval. And then the 1 catches that bump in the middle lane coming off a 2, and then all hell breaks loose behind him. There's 00 catching a piece of it. The 2 catching a piece. The 9 caught a piece of that one. The 19 caught a piece of it.
Did he catch the bump? It looked like the 2 came up slightly on him. Obviously, that was kind of bound to happen. The 44 was squeezing them quite a lot, but...
Let's do our best impersonation of the Governator and get to the chopper.
Yeah,
It was the 1 was
what I chose
pinching
to
down. The 2 was trying to chase it a little bit. Good grief.
Oh, the netcode gods not being nice to Mike Iskandar. Did avoid that car, but in the end still making contact. Because netcode said so. So that is going to change things up at the front a bit as interesting things are happening with the base car again. This time we are not able to get involved, but...
Why... Villarreal is a lap ahead of the entirety of the field.
Yeah, Villarreal is, for some reason, on the end of this train. While Colin Forrester looks like he's leading off from the front. Somehow. After being spun. But that's your leader, who is probably just gonna sit there and wait for the pace car to come through, as it's much easier to sort out now that there's only 1 car in the runs. Because I'm pretty sure if Francisco goes slow enough, the game will automatically tell people and therefore the pace car to go past him. So.
No, he has dropped below 10 miles an hour. As the lights are... Oh, this is not going to be good.
The lights out?
Lights are out, and he's parked in the middle of the back chute.
Okay. So in theory, he would be taking the top lane spot. Yes?
I don't know what lane he's taking because the field hasn't gotten to him yet.
Well, by the looks of where Forrester is, he should be taking the top lane spot by the looks.
Looks like that's where he's going. As he is starting to roll ever so slowly right now. Now, the good news is with him... No, he's taking the low side.
Oh, okay. Interesting. That promotes AJ Green a bit. I mean, Colin Forrester was in second place and he's now starting behind Villarreal, but Oh well.
Well, here we go. As
Things happen in the iRacing world.
we're going to restart with 11 to go. Villarreal, Forrester, Green, Weigert, Battle, Ricketts, Chu, Eraldson, Cook, and Cook rounding out your top 10 as they currently sit. And just like that, we are back underway. Villarreal jumping up to the top shelf to pick up the 91 of Green. That's going to let Forrester get to his inside as we are 3 wide.
Oh, Jalen Battle was wasting no time at all trying to get Colin Forrester up to the front. They are 3, 4, however many wide. Jalen Battle is round.
Oh.
That's a car in the air. That is a very
How
big
is that
one.
not a caution?
There is no caution?
How is that not a caution?
I don't know what's happening with the game at the moment. Surely there's going to be an admin called caution at some point. There's a checkered flag? Did we get to time and not realize it? Did they only give 3.5 hours?
Yep, we got to time.
I thought they would have given at least 4. I didn't realize we were getting to time.
We got to time. That's
Francisco
it. That was
Villarreal's
a white flag restart. Villarreal coming home with the victory. Colin Forrester, AJ Green, Brian Chu, and Bob Wyckoff rounding out your top 10. Holy crap.
Well, I think we'll take the blame for not knowing that one, but
to be honest with you, I didn't think we would have gone 3.5 hours for that race either. But
I thought they would have given 4.5, but
that was over on time.
Oh well, there you go. That was the Daytona 480.
There you go.
And Villarreal got the win. I'm going to try and look back at that and see... Just see what went on in all of that. As the race results have popped up, I did not ask for that. Not just yet, we'll go through that in a minute. Let's get through this incident a little bit first. As... I'm going to pull it back slightly and go 1/4 speed as we focus in on the middle of the pack, Alex Weggett. So, looks like the 44 and the 24 are getting pretty close to each other. The 24 gets tagged by the 37. Comes back around to the 43 and subsequently into the entire field. Very few people to survive. In fact, those that did were the ones that escaped in front of it. And that whole thing left only one man, Francisco Villarreal, as the winner. On his full-time return. Hopefully that encourages him to stay.
We can only hope, but you know what? Let's ask him. As joining us now, the driver of the Gremlin number 44 in his return to the iSNF Sunday Night Cup Series, Francisco Villarreal. Congratulations, my friend.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it big time.
So talk us through the tail end of that race and what happened from your perspective.
So even though people are going to complain and say it's not true or whatever, they what's it called? They told me to go around the pace car once the caution came out. Went around the pace car, told me to catch the 99 at the back end of the field. Did that, and then I realized everybody else got stuck behind the field. So I said, you know what? Let me drop back, and that way we can just actually race this rather than have it mess up or anything. Because I could have just simply said, well, the pace car said it, just ended the race like that. I didn't do that. I dropped back. They want us to complain saying that I took the low line, even though it said for me to be on the outside. But as a leader, we have lane choice.
Right.
So I took the low line, plain and simple. That's what happened. And I simply just, at the end, I was racing my tail end off to hold the lead.
Well, we had heard rumors that you were coming back full time, but you weren't sure if you were going to be able to stay for the whole season. What does winning at Daytona today mean for you possibly continuing on towards the rest of the season?
I mean, at this point, it's a little more encouraging, but also having to hear some of the guys talk their trash. So, gotta show them their place. So, I might just make them come back just for that.
All right. Well, next week we do go to the Tricky Triangle up in the beautiful, picturesque Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. What are your thoughts going into that race next week?
Just stay clean, keep my line, and just try to have a repeat of this race. But top 5 would be more than glad. It's not one of my best tracks, so I gotta do what I gotta do.
Absolutely. Well, FJ, is there anybody you need to thank before we turn you loose to go celebrate winning the Daytona 180 here today?
Yeah, shout out to obviously Rhea and the league for putting on this race. Shout out for all the admins. I mean, my teammates, we worked really good today. We were practically 1 and 2 all the time, doing solid work together. So, shout out to RCR, all them, Marcus, Alex, every single one of them, Austin. So, shout out to my gaming org, St. Louis Leviathans. Just been an overall solid day. Can't complain.
All right. Francisco Villarreal, congratulations on winning Daytona. We will see you next week at Pocono.
I appreciate it.
And Jason, I believe you've got the man that came up just about 3/1000 short of winning today with you now.
Yeah, Colin, hello. It was a close one at the end of it. Talk us through how that went for you at the end.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty close finish. Still don't know what happened on that restart, how he got to start in front of me, even though I was telling him to start on the outside. But, I mean, whatever, I guess. I mean, I probably would have had a better chance if I was able to start in the line I was actually supposed to. Or if he wasn't passing the pace car when he wasn't supposed to. But, I mean, good finish. I mean, pretty awful race, I'm sure, to broadcast. I mean, we didn't get to finish the full 500, but sure next race will be better since it's not super speedway, and hopefully people will hold their line better and not cause massive wrecks.
Yeah, well, I guess coming into a new season, there's some new drivers, and especially the new car, maybe not quite completely gelled yet, but coming away with a second place on the first race of the season, you can't be too disappointed with that one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, probably points leader. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I finished in the first and second stage. I know I won the second stage. I think I was 9th in the first stage, but might be the points leader, might not. But I mean, I'm still pretty disappointed. I mean, come 3,000ths off of winning the race, and spend, I mean, what, 4.5, 3 hours, 3.5 hours out here, and to come that close, it's definitely pretty heartbreaking.
Yeah, I can completely understand, but before we let you go and celebrate your second place, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Just thank you everyone in the league for having me. Hopefully the races are going to get better. Just looking forward to our next race at Pocono. Thank you guys for doing the broadcast. I'm sure this is a long one from, I mean, what, 3 o'clock to 7:16 my time now. I mean, it's definitely a hard race. Also, shout out to my teammates, Mike and AJ there for helping me. AJ tried to get me with their little boost there at the end, but his car was too damaged and he just couldn't really get up to me.
Yeah, well, congratulations, and hopefully we'll be talking to you again at the Tricky Triangle next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And joining us now is the driver of the Trackhouse number 91, AJ Green. All things considered, can't be too disappointed with a podium finish in the season opener.
No, not at all. I was very conservative there at the end. I was 24x, so one incident from being DQ'd.
Ooh.
And so I was just pushing it. And I was hoping the race would just end at the end. I didn't want to do this one flag or the one lap shootout kind of thing. And luckily it worked out. They wrecked below me and just got through it. But this race was interesting. That's all I gotta say.
It absolutely was at that. A little more carnage than we were expecting. But all things considered, with the first race in the next gen car, I mean, what are you looking forward to this coming season with the new rides?
Race against new people and see who has who can drive these cars the best. These cars are a little bit tougher than the Gen 6 car. So I'm really excited to see who's up front and who I'm going to be racing around.
All right, AJ, congratulations on a podium here at Daytona. We go into Pocono next week. Your thoughts going into the Tricky Triangle?
I'm not bad at the track. It's a fun track. You got to shift down in 1 and 2, and then you just keep 4th and 3, and I think it should be fun. There's going to be a lot of 4 or 5 wide going into 1. That might be a little troublesome for some people in the league. Yeah.
All right then, AJ, who do you need to thank before we turn you loose?
Shout out to my teammates. I was trying to push Colin there to the end and didn't really work out. Got side drafted. Shout out to Curtis, y'all for broadcasting. My parents, Rhea for putting on the league, and yeah, shout out to who is it? Hold on. Oh yeah, shout out to Isaac Wilson for intent wrecking people.
All right then, AJ Green. We'll see you next week at Pocono.
See you too.
And Jason, we got another one in the books, and I'm looking through the list of Dairy Queen Award winners tonight, and holy cow. Robert Rowe,
Yeah.
Austin Cook, Skylar Carnes, John Hopley, Peyton Hubbard, Emily Urias, Jonas Skoglund, Eugene Thorne, Isaac Wilson, Damian Mulvey, and Casey Tomlinson all getting disqualified due to incident count. AJ Green, Jason Ricketts, Brian Chu, Adam Duff, Joey Maines, all just barely squeaking by with 24.
So that is 11 people who got DQ'd, and 5 were on 24x.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, new car, some new drivers. It's a combo that you sort of expect not to be the cleanest. Unfortunately, it was even less clean than it potentially could have been, but in the end we did get some fantastic racing. We got a great finish. I mean, I spent a bit of time during the interviews looking for a good photo for it, and I managed to get the frame. But why don't we go over the results here of the iSNF Daytona 500?
Sounds like a grand idea. Do you have them?
I do have them. They are
all right.
They are up and on the screen. So Francisco Villarreal winning out by 3 thousandths over Colin Forrester. So side-by-side photo finish, to say the least, with AJ Green as Trackhouse Racing teammate just behind in 3rd, Brian Chu in 4th, and Bob Wyckoff rounding out your top 5. Curtis Kelly, Derek Cook, Taylor Beebe, Austin Cook, and Alex Weggett rounding out the top 10. After the last lap incident, Mike Iskandar, Rhea Ferris, Bjorn Brostrom, Jalen Battle, Marcus Hagman rounding out the top 15. And Adam Duff, Jason Ricketts, and Alex Araldson are the last people I have on the page.
Well, you went through the top 15. Adam Duff, Adam Duff being the last car scored on the lead lap in 16th. Jason Ricketts, Alex Eraldson, both a lap down, along with Skylar Carnes. All three of those drivers getting the Dairy Queen Award on that last lap melee. James Bowles, JB Banner, Emily Urias, Jonas Skoglund, Robert Rowe, and Isaac Wilson running at your top 25. Casey Tomlinson, John Hopley, Eugene Thorne, Joey Maines, and Chris V rounding out your top 30. Peyton Hubbard, Damian Mulvey, Brian Treadwell, Lance Hill, Steven Sear, Johnny Castle, Jeff Weimer, Gene Duda, Charles Robertson, and Clarence Prince rounding out the cars that actually took the green. Dave Holmberg deciding not to start here today, coming home with last place points for taking a provisional. So that is going to about do it for us tonight for the iSNF Sunday Night Cup Series. For Miss Rhea Ferris, for Jason Softward, this is Tony Trapassa. Remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that as you walk down the road of life this week, don't plan traffic. Good night, everybody.
Good night.